A little safety blanket of Animal Crossing music coming. It's been ages since I've had this on. Hello. Hello, Steen. Hello, Marcus. Marcus, let me get you your stream sponsor. I actually need to rebind some hotkeys because, like, it's wrong. It's all wrong. Today's stream sponsor is me. This is an award I won at work, and I'm presenting it as today's stream sponsor. This is me, your hero of this morning. Here to do some stuff. It is solid gold. 24 karat this. It's got quite a horrible, unnerving face. Very, very harrowing. I wonder who that's based on. Who's that modelled after? Nice trunks, thank you. They decided to base it on what I sort of generally show up to work dress like. Maybe midway through the stream it'll just... Good morning, Jibbers. How's it going? Same person who done the Ronaldo statue. It does have a bit of that look, doesn't it? It's got the look. What's it focusing on right now? Is it focusing? There we go. Can't get it too close. How's it going, Jibbers? How's it going, everyone? Lovely to have you in. I've decided to do a little morning stream. I was going to maybe not. I'd originally thought about doing this last night. And then I sort of changed my mind this morning, and then I changed my mind again. I had a chat with the lovely Ian. And Ian sort of talked me into it. So this is on you, Ian. And I couldn't decide what to play. I thought I could just play some more Bloodborne. I actually got up about... What time are we on? I got up about an hour and a half ago and I played... No, it was about 2 hours ago and I played some Elden Ring. I'm off for the Thursday, Friday this week, so... yeah, I played a bit of Elden Ring. I got a bit annoyed at it. I got up to a boss that upset me. And then I did another boss that also upset me, but I managed to beat that boss. I thought this is too upsetting. So Bloodborne will hopefully upset me less because I like it a bit more. Doing okay, taking a bit to wake up. I can't tell if I've woken up yet. I assume I have. Are you near ending it? No, not even close, I don't think. I think I'm like probably less than halfway still. It's okay. I'm really questioning if I can be bothered to finish it. But it's going to be really embarrassing and potentially quite emasculating for me. Something I'm concerned about. If I don't finish it and everybody else on Twitch does. So I need to I need to defend my pride by beating Elden Ring. That's my current goal. Good morning, Rosie. How's it going? Welcome in. Just talking about how my fragile masculinity must be protected by beating Elden Ring and showing everyone I can do it. I really don't know if I'm going to bother. I seem to just not enjoy it. I seem to sort of run into each boss and go, oh, this is kind of cool. And then I do it and I'm like, oh, I hate this. And then I beat them. And I'm like, right, that's over now. That's over. onto the next. I don't know if I'm actually like, you know, getting anything out of it. But I've said this before. Maybe it's just like a sort of fatigue with the games in general. On that note, hopefully not too much fatigue. This morning we're gonna be carrying on with the exploits of Adamification in Bloodborne. Last time around we beat the cleric beast. I think it was like the third attempt, which isn't too bad. I always think the cleric beast is quite a tough boss to start with for this game. I think it's quite a tough one. I'm debating whether leaving a bit of music on, you know, throughout the stream. I know a lot of people like to have their own music on, so it's something I'm always a little bit hesitant to do. I need to set up one of those like the voice meter, a banana, something like that, where you can like control the audio outputs and inputs and have it so that I could listen to music, but you wouldn't hear it, just be going to me. But last time I went to set up, it upset me so much that I just binned it all. Had mixed feelings about Elden Ring. Felt so impressive at first, but then it slowly chewed away at me because of the sheer vastness of it all. It's weird, isn't it? It's like, at first, when I go into new areas, I'm like, oh my god, there's so much to this game. This is so cool. This world is so big. And then eventually it just becomes like, there's so much. When will it end? And it's like, I was talking to Lelmo about this. I go into a new area and I get walloped. And I'm sat there like, is it because I'm under-leveled? Do I need to level up more? Do I need a better weapon for this area? Or am I just bad at this area? Am I just doing it wrong? Because it could be either, because the world is so big that this could be the last place in the entire game I need to be going. Or it could be something I need to do right now. Like right now, I mean, I guess it's not too spoilery to say I'm in the underground bit, but like up in the sort of city area. That's probably a bit of a spoiler. Sorry, Steen. Gangrene, hello. How's it going? What is this emote? Alex being attacked by a seagull. Yeah, I'm in like I can't remember what it's called. It's above the river. It's like a city above an underground river. And I'm fighting a boss in there, and I'm like, I barely got past that Radan fella. I basically just summoned all the dudes and just bumbled about until he was dead, until the NPCs got him. Where the ants are, not that one. I have been there, and I killed that big. I like that lad. The boss in that area. God, what's he called? Can't remember. Like Dragonkin something. I thought he was quite cool. With the big lady sat on the chair. That was good. This segment we're going to call Nostromo Attempts to Recall Elden Ring Areas. It's called... I think it starts with an N. Subterranean City. I'm gonna search. Nokron Eternal City is where I'm currently at. And I mean, I'm just gonna spoil that. I'm fighting 2 gargoyles. That's what I'm doing. And I just can't be arsed. It's like, I already did this on Dark Souls 1. I unfortunately had to do it again in Dark Souls 2. I really was hoping they wouldn't revisit the multiple gargoyles boss. That area with the trees and that, exactly. It does have trees, even though it's underground. See, the area is really cool. It looks really cool, but it's not that fun. For me, anyway. I know a lot of people love the game, and like I say, most of my enjoyment from the game is watching other people play it. I've really enjoyed watching Adam play it. I enjoyed watching your streams of it, Jivers. It's good stuff. And I wanna get that experience, but I just don't seem to be. I might switch to a different weapon. At the moment I'm using the two scimitars that I started with. What's this? Maybe this is why I'm having trouble, because this is how I fight. My hands look really small when I move them like... Yeah, so I'm using the two scimitars, and it's going okay. I've realised recently, that you have T-Rex arms, exactly. I realised when I was doing the Radahn fight that I beat him with very under-leveled swords, and then I went back to an area and I got a bunch of smith and said, this isn't very interesting. I'm just sort of very, very boringly recalling my Elden Ring experiences. Do you know what the issue with playing this game on a monitor is? Obviously it doesn't perform the best. It's locked to 30 FPS. Doesn't always keep the 30 FPS. The issue really is that when you sat very close to a screen like this, it becomes really, really obvious. I'm sorry. So, I don't know, it takes some getting used to. I think I started to get used to the frame rate by the end of last stream, so hopefully the same goes here. I currently don't know of any safe places, so I'm gonna leave you to it. She's quite mean at this point in the game, so I don't want to chat to her. She'll upset me. She'll harsh my vibe. I like this bit. Suitably creepy. A little bit scary. I feel like the Dark Souls creators are so aware of how kind of tenuous those situations feel where you're like walking along beams because of just how sort of flirty the movement feels sometimes. They really like to exploit that.
Oh, a hunter, are you?
Let's get the music off. It's not matching it. It's not matching it effectively.
And tonight of all nights, here to welcome the new hunter.
I like Eileen. This is Eileen. She reminds me of someone from Hull.
For the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now.
This is how people on my end talk.
What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts. No matter.
On about the pigeons you get in Queen's Gardens in Hull City Centre.
What are you still doing here? Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt.
Right, I'm off. Do I have a different outfit yet? I never like the starting outfit too much. I don't like the little sort of collar. Many people from the Midlands or the North in this game. I think it's a mixture. I think Eileen's the only one who has that sort of accent, which is a shame. How did I get in it? Did I? Oh, I dropped down, didn't I? Yeah, it's not the most... I think most of them are your usual sort of Cockney or slightly posh English. Went past Sheffield on the train the other day. I love Sheffield. As I'm sure I've made it obvious, as I never stop going on about it. I haven't been to Sheffield for quite some time. So I think I'm due a little trip, because I like to go at least once every couple of months. See if there's any new restaurants. Have a little wander around, get a bit nostalgic. There's a record shop I always like to visit. If anyone's in Sheffield in the future, Bear Tree Records. It's a great little spot. First real life glance of the city for you. It's good. It's definitely worth a little wander. It's got some nice spots. That being said, when I was living there, I always did think there's not, in the city centre itself, there's not loads to do, like the shops. There's the winter gardens and things like that are nice to see, but it's yeah, it's not exactly sort of, I don't know. I don't know what I'd expect. Roller coasters. But it's a nice time. And it looks nice. I forgot about these fellas. Oh. We're all good. We're all good. I didn't actually mean to drop down here. I also didn't mean to pick that up. I mean to drink that, to take that. It's all gone a bit pear-shaped there, but it's okay. It's okay. It's fun. There's little pockets of joy in a city. It took me a while to find the good bits of Plymouth. Exactly. Yeah. It's a hard place to be like, oh yeah, just sort of go in and spend a couple of days there, because if you did spend a couple of days there, you'd probably wander about for 3 hours and go, right, what's the to-do now? But yeah, it really is a place where you've got to have a few good recommendations to find the special spots. Grim, welcome in. How big this Nostromo is, absolute unit. Oh. Hi. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so stuck. This is very stressful. Goodness me. How's it going, Smooth Grim? And welcome in. Most of Plymouth on the outskirts looks shite. That's the good thing about Sheffield. It's from the outskirts. It looks quite nice because it's all very industrial. But it's a lot like decommissioned industry. It's odd. This turn's finished. I always find it interesting when games do sort of regional accents by actual regions in the games. Like Witcher 3 seems to have... They seem to try and specifically tie different accents to different regions of the fantasy world, which is sort of cool. Obviously, the main aspect is that the Northerners all have Northern accents. And, oh. And all the Southerners have French accents. Half of Britain's cities are like museums of the times when we used to make things. That's literally it, yeah. It's quite nice in a way, I guess. It's nice how much of it's preserved. Now there's a lovely outfit over on the other end of that. Oops. And there's some horrible beasties down here on the floor that I've I've just stomped on their heads. Morning, Tall. How's it going? Goodness me, I forgot how much of a pain these crows can be. And just like that, I'm on like... I'm down to 1 blood vial, so need to be very, very careful. Now let's go see if we can deal with the piggy. Nobody look. Is the sound okay? It sounds like it's very I don't know if the correct term is topping out, but it's got that sort of quality to it, doesn't it? Sure, it'll be alright. So he has petanque pitch. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Tell me more. If you want. The French bowls game, right. I think I used to play bowls. Not like as a hobby or anything. I think we had one of those, like, do you know, like picnic bowls sets. So when we used to go for a little picnic or something, we'd all... Oh! Which I always found quite fun. Do they not call, in like, I think Canada or America, they call bowls bocce? Or bocce, I think. Because I remember having a conversation with someone about it not long ago, probably about 2 years ago. And I was trying to describe bowls to him for ages, and they went, oh, bocce. And I remember Sports Champions on PS3, which was a PlayStation Move title, let you play bocce in it. Along with disc golf, archery, sword fighting. That might have been it. I think there was more. Dylan, welcome in. How's it going? There's other starting to... I'm not going to hear this. I'm not going to hear this. Okay, your feelings on Elden Ring are why I worry about playing it. Like, it's just boss fight simulator. It's... Yeah, it's... There's people in the chat right now who like the game. I know Dylan is quite a fan of Elden Ring. I really would be concerned about someone playing it as their first Souls game, which I guess a lot of people are doing. How do I get to that outfit? I really don't think it's a good entry to the series. What about Elden Ring? Think about this. When I first played Dark Souls, all the bosses seemed really hard. Like the first one. But now when I go back and play Dark Souls, it's almost like a joke now. Not this is an absolute joke. Not like that. I mean, like, it's almost like a running joke in the community that once you've played all the games, the Dark Souls 1 bosses feel really easy. They're not. There's some tough ones. I'm trying to remember how to get to this outfit. I've just realised I shouldn't have come here. Never should have come here. Yeah, it makes Dark Souls 1 feel really... But whenever you play like Dark Souls 3 or Elden Ring, the first bosses in the games are bloody hard. You played this. First boss is the cleric beast. It's a hard boss. And I know a lot of people don't think cleric beast is very hard, and that's fair enough. I do. I think it's bloody tough. Still struggle with the gargoyles, so that's fair. That's fair. Like, since my first playthrough, I've never really struggled with the gargoyles, but like I said, there's some bosses in these games where I'll sit there and spend half an hour on, maybe an hour or 2 hours on, and someone will be like, "Oh yeah, I did it in one go." I'll be like, "Pinwheel is too hard." Get overwhelmed when bursts show up. Yeah, it is quite stressful on that. Oh, that's actually I think that's the church where you fight another boss shortly. Is that? I think it might be, yeah. I think we'll head back and level up. Fight these lads first. This isn't how I wanted things to go. This really isn't how I wanted things to go. There we go. I like how when you riposte certain enemies in this game, any other enemies nearby will just be like stunned and like, I think it's the same on the other games as well. I keep doing that. Am I right in thinking in Elden Ring to pick stuff up it's this button? Triangle or Y? Because I keep pressing it to try and pick stuff up, yeah, and I keep healing. But you were saying, Dylan, Bloodborne's best to start with. I wouldn't disagree. I think it's a good way of introducing you to... I think H-Bomber Guy made a good point about it. Basically, sort of hard forcing you to play the game in a more fun way. Because you don't have a shield. So it kind of teaches you to rely more on parrying and dodging. Which can be a bit more of an engaging way to play than just sort of turtling behind a shield. Each to their own, obviously, but I do agree with that point, personally.
What is it you desire?
It is a shame Bloodborne is on PC. It's a shame they're not using like the sort of services they're bringing out, you know, like the PlayStation Now and everything like that, to try and make Bloodborne accessible on PC. Really don't understand the logic of them just sitting on it.
Very well, let me...
FromSoft game, the best was actually Sekiro. I am terrible at Sekiro. I'm really bad at it. I'm four blood echoes off 2 level ups. That's quite sad.
Farewell, good may.
Yeah, I really struggle with Sekiro. I beat it, and I've tried to beat it a couple of times since, and I always get upset at certain points, and it puts me off. Like, I wanted to do the sort of bad ending of it.
Farewell, good may.
But I got to the point where you have to fight Lady Emma and Ishin back to back, and I just could not do it at all. It was so hard. Yes, Jivers, I forgot your you got very close to the end, didn't you? And it's yeah, it's tough the last few hours of that game. Got to the catfish. Oh, yeah, the big is it Fountainhead Palace? I do like Sekiro. I was saying to someone yesterday the more I play Elden Ring, the more I want to revisit Sekiro. Because in my eyes, Sekiro is probably the best looking FromSoft game, in my opinion. Even considering Elden Ring, I feel like Sekiro, like the way the whole world comes together and the visual style of it, I like the most. And whenever I'm looking at something in Elden Ring, I'm always like, ooh, this reminds me of a really nice Sekiro bit. Bloodstarved Beast, hardest boss in the base gate. See, I never have too much trouble with Bloodstarved Beast. I'm sure I'll, I'm sure I'll prove myself wrong shortly. But I never have too much trouble with it. It's also a shame that FromSoft ports suck ass. They are pretty terrible. Even when they remaster stuff, it's never too great. Virtual Bread, welcome in. How's it going? Couldn't be the first Allfather. Yeah, I think I might have cheesed Allfather. I think I might have used a bit of a cheese to beat him because he was winding me up. Very tough. I think people say the second Allfather is like the hardest boss in that game, which I believe. You ever seen people who do this game without a weapon? They'll essentially entirely exploit the charged backstab to stun enemies, but they'll do it without a weapon, so they'll do it like that. Stun the enemy and then get a riposte, and they get the they basically play the entire game that way. Gonna watch stream while getting some work done. Virtual Bread, I hope I help. Yeah, I hope I increase your productivity by at least 14%. Combat is really good in Sekiro. It's cool. I like that it's so different. I like that it's it genuinely feels like something a bit different. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Can I be bothered to try and do Gascoigne with just 7 blood vials? Or do I want to farm a bit? This is the issue with this game. No, I'm gonna try and get that outfit I was on about. I'm gonna wander about a bit more, maybe level up again before doing Gaza. So we'll just do a quick run through the Central Yharnam. Yeah, I think if there was one thing I could change about this game, it would be change it to a more Estus Flask-like system. I know a lot of people prefer the way the blood vials work in this, and that's fair. But I don't. I would rather you just always have them on you. You always start with the same amount, kind of thing. Oh! I think a big reason why Souls players struggle with Sekiro is the muscle memory. Yeah, it is. It is all the sort of how dodging is basically just useless in most situations. Not useless, but it just doesn't. It's not relevant in the same way it is in the other games. I remember to be fair, I remember one thing where if you dodge and then attack in Sekiro, you do like a little spinny attack. And there's a couple of bosses where you can really exploit it. And you can essentially just, because I think it deals like very high like poise damage or something, and can effectively stun lock bosses. I think Lady Butterfly you can do it against. Hated the blood vials. Yeah, it's definitely the weakest part for me. If I didn't keep accidentally using them, it wouldn't be so much of a problem, I think. And the issue is, like, it adds so much more stress to a boss fight when you're thinking, like, you've only got a finite amount of chances to fight the boss before you have to go farm more blood vials, which isn't a fun feeling. And I'm sure the rational response to that is, well, just play the game better. But as demonstrated, I'm not the best at this. How dare Twitch not tell me you were on until 44 minutes in. Time goes quick. How's it going, Adam? Good morning. We're up to 10 blood vials. So this is alright. I was saying how the threaded cane's good for crowd control. Against people like this, or I guess at this stage of the game when it's not very high level, it really isn't particularly effective. Adam, firstly, killer, I'm dead. I've died. I don't remember there being this many enemies. Adam, I did, this might not be immediately relevant. I did Star Scourge Radan on Elden Ring after having quite a bit of trouble with him. Explained how I did it to Lillimer, and they reassured me and said that you had done the boss in exactly the same fashion, which is to just basically run about and summon all of the NPCs over and over again. And that reassured me a lot. I felt a bit vindicated after that. I think if I'm totally honest, like, oh my god, what? I don't remember having this much trouble with this stuff in the past. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm at a point with the game where I don't really like the game enough that I can be asked to sort of obsessively play it the right way, you know? It's quite embarrassing how many times I missed that enemy. Talking about Elden Ring. So if there's a way I can cheese boss fights, I'm probably going to end up doing it. You know, I'm probably going to summon for whatever boss fights I run into. You know. I like to think I'm not too proud to summon. Fair enough. The more I play, the more weird stuff I'm trying. Yeah. I mean, it's such a big game. Can you really be expected to play the whole thing perfectly? It's one of those things where it sort of intimidates me, the thought of people speedrunning the game because of how big it is. Just took Mali for the quickest walk to the Park of Life. Lashing here again. Does that mean raining? I assume so. Because it is, I think it's due to rain here. I was going to go bird watching today, but it's, yeah, it's very wet. We're gonna be more strategic this time around, you know, just clear off the enemies before. Sid Beast. Yes, sir. No, don't you dare apologise. Like I think Lillimer told me a term, kecked, recently, which means to have someone's pants down, essentially. And I'd never heard that before. Here we go. I mean, it might be a thing here. I always say, yeah, that's not really a term here, but I just might not know. But I've always grown up saying debagged is my term for having someone's pants down. An old debagging. You say kegging. The hard G. That might have been it, actually. It might have been kegged. Might have just also assumed that he was laughing in Orcish throughout. You have scanted. Scanted's a good one. It reminds me of Mount and Blade Warband. It always made me laugh that the in Mount and Blade Warband you could host like, you could become like a lord first of all, and you could host like parties. You could host like a gathering, a feast for all the other lords of your kingdom to come over and get together and just sort of, you know, shoot the shit, that kind of thing. And oh, I didn't open this gate. I was right there. I'm playing this game real daft. It's been a while. But yeah, so I've forgotten what I was on about. Yeah, so all the lords talking shop, exactly. You know, getting together, playing a bit of poker, that kind of thing. You can host a feast where you bring all the lords over and you can basically try and curry favour with them for various reasons. And while you're planning the meal, you can go to your wife or husband, and they'll essentially advise what resources you need to get together to host a good feast. So you need to basically run over the map and gather stuff like wine, meat, ale, oil, butter, stuff like that. Stuff that you're probably not just going to find in your kingdom. And in the build-up, if you go to your partner, having not really gathered much of, say, butter, they will then list off all of the resources you currently have enough of and what you don't have enough of. And whenever they describe what you don't have enough of, they will say, the current amount of oil we have is scant. The current amount of butter we have is excellent. The current amount of wine we have is scant. And it always felt so scathing. If you're a Swadian lord, then bloody Harlas will always be poaching your guests. Always. I don't think I've ever done a Swadian campaign. I like doing the Sultanate and the Rhodoks. I think are the sort of more sort of foresty ones. But I think I like the Sultanate the most. Where's this? Oh, right, I see. Yeah. I assume I'm going the right way here, but I might not be. No, I think I am. I think I am. Howdy, howdy. Have you ever played Fortnite? I did. I actually played it with Dillbob in chat. That's the only time I've ever played it. With Dillbob and our manager at the time, I think. And I didn't really like it. Wasn't really my sort of thing. I think I've enjoyed more playing, I think I've said before, the most I've enjoyed playing a Battle Royale was probably Apex Legends, which I also played with Dillbob. I hope that's not you trying to pay for it, Dylan, because it's not happening, I'm afraid. But thank you very much for the sub. Good morning, Mora. How's it going? The gobble will come, but again, it's gonna be. I need a stream deck. That's what I need. I need a stream deck, and I'll have a little gobble on demand. Again, we're not making any sordid comments about my wording. I was thinking, because I think Steen, you were also chatting about something similar, using a numpad as a sort of improvised stream deck. And I am still thinking of doing that. I just need to get my hands on a numpad because my keyboard is one of those that don't have one. And I do miss a numpad, you know. But yes, I didn't really get into Fortnite much, and I haven't really ever had the desire to go back to it. Apex Legends I quite enjoyed. Played a bit of PUBG with Danger, Adam, and a couple of others once. And that was sort of fun. Gangrene was also there, weren't you? And that was quite fun. But again, outside of that setting, I don't think I'd really play it. There we go. We got the Hunter Garb. Playing Blood Hunt recently, actually pretty fun. See, I installed it. I installed that game because obviously I played the game it's based on stream. Here we go. But then I watched. Who did I watch playing it? I think I watched a bit of Badjo playing it. And I thought, this does not appeal to me at all. So I immediately uninstalled it before even opening it. So that was my experience with Blood Hunt. I can't actually remember what's at the end of this. Good morning, Tomo. How's it going? Good morning, Bloodborne. That's good, that. New radio station. Look at this. All these blood vials, we're definitely ready for Gaza now. We installed PUBG the other day. Thought it'd be a good laugh on stream. It's definitely it's like Elden Ring for me. It's more fun for me to watch than it is for me to play. But I have been watching some of the Fortnite streams recently. I've been enjoying them. You played Bannerlord, highly recommended. Just not sure it's my kind of stream game. Yeah, I was thinking about streaming it once, but I really like. I really think it's one more that I prefer off stream. Just because I find a lot of satisfaction in those games in what other people would probably find quite boring to watch. So stuff like the trading, going for basically in Mountain Blade, one of the ways you can make a lot of money, or a tidy amount of money, is essentially to buy a bunch of a resource in one town. And then essentially just hike it over to the other end of the map, to a city where essentially they'll buy it for a lot more money, and just make up money doing that, which I find really sort of satisfying in a kind of I don't know. It's just a satisfying thing to do, to just see the money slowly build up. But at the same time, it's probably not a very enjoyable thing to watch. The more I watch other streamers, the more I realise I like watching the bits they think are boring. It's weird, isn't it? It is weird. Like, there's a lot of games where... Do you ever find it where, like, a streamer will be like, oh, I'm going to play this game, and you're like, oh my god, I've always wanted to see that game, or, oh, I love that game, I can't wait to see them play it. And then they get to playing it, and you're just like... Who else is on? That kind of thing, you know? Like, I don't want to disparage Limmy, but when Limmy played, we've spoke about this before, when Limmy played the Subnautica expansion, I got a lot more excited for it than I actually ended up watching, you know? Which was sad. Do you know what? I'm not risking it. I like to level up blood tinge a lot in this game, which defines how much damage you do with guns. So I end up like the certain part, when I get to a certain point in the game, I will just shoot most of the small enemies, because I just can't be asked. Rat made one of the same sound files as Blight. Jelith the other day had us rewatching a clip from Pitch Black, the Riddick film, the Vin Diesel Riddick film. She had us watching this scene from Pitch Black over and over again, because there is a bit where like one of the characters opens a bottle of beer, and she was like, this is the exact same sound file that is used in DBD when the clown reloads his bottles. So she had us comparing the two sounds, and eventually we determined that no, it wasn't the exact same sound files. It just happened to sound similar, because bottles opening does sound similar to bottles opening. But it was entertaining nonetheless.
Welcome home, good hunter.
Chat room below zero. Yeah, it was very again, I don't want to talk too much about it, but that I do find that used to happen a lot, that sort of scenario. Should we get blood tinge up yet? Not yet. Not yet. Let's get vitality up a bit. I think when I first played this game, I got really stuck on a particular boss called Marta Ligarius, or Martin Ligarius. And I got very upset at it. And I messaged Lelamo about it. And I sent Lelamo a video of me trying to fight Marta Ligarius. I can probably pull that video up, you know. I'm going to pull this up. And I was really upset because basically every time I would try to parry Ligarius, my bullets would just fly over Ligarius's head. Like, it just wouldn't go near him. And I was getting really, really wound up about it. And I sent this video to Lelamo. And the first thing they said was, why have you got so little fucking health? Like, I was just playing with apparently a very low amount of health for where it should be at that point in the game. Which was one of the reasons I was having so much trouble. Where is this? It's going to be one of my very early clips. I hope it gets to a point where I play all of this game on stream. I'd quite like to play through the whole thing again. So yeah, hopefully, yes. So this video is titled, and it's unlisted, so don't go looking for it. This video is titled "Bloodborne is so fucking shit, fuck," and that, I feel like that really summarizes how I was feeling at this state of the game. It's not very HD, is it? No, that's apparently as HD as you're getting. So I was going to shoot him. Watch this. What's that? Alright, it's not really demonstrating it very well. I will, do you know what, I will get this. You'll see what I mean. What's that? What's that? Look at the bullets. Look at the bullets. Flying over his head. What's that about? Is there a hidden accuracy stat in this game that I don't know about? What does that mean? It was a skill issue, perhaps. Perhaps blocked it with his sword. Yeah, deflected, like a baseball bat. When I have played baseball on 2 instances. In both of those instances, the same thing happened. The first instance, I was wearing glasses, so it was much worse. I had the baseball the bat. Someone, and this was a proper baseball. They're horrible. I'm never playing it again because of how horrible the balls are. They threw the ball. I went to hit it. It bounced off the bat, flew up into my face. I was wearing glasses, so my glasses just shattered, and it cut all along there. Right along there. So it was literally about half an inch from blinding me in one eye, essentially. So I was very fortunate. But yes, just completely tore it open. Very, very nasty. Second time I played baseball, I wasn't wearing glasses, but the same thing happened. It hit me in the same spot. And it bloody kills. Like, it proper just... It just, like, numbs your face. It's horrible. Baseballs are so... No one ever had experience being hit with a baseball, because they're like... It's like a ball of concrete. They're so rock solid. I hate them. I hate them. What about the third time? There's not been a third time. There never will be. Third time will not be the charm. What are you up to, Gammon?
This was once
Ah.
a safe haven for hunters, a workshop where hunters used...
Had the same thing happen with a cricket ball. Yeah, cricket balls are quite tough as well, aren't they? But they're much... I feel like cricket balls have a little bit... I think they're heavier, aren't they? But they're also bigger, and they've got a slightly cushier exterior. They still hurt, obviously. Whereas a baseball is like smaller, thinner. It's like a hollow point. No. Baseball's like a stab. Where yeah, baseball's like a sword. A cricket ball is like a club. It's like great club. That's how I'm going to describe it. What have we got? Oh, I forgot you can actually buy blood vials as well. A basketball to the nose is an eye water. Anything to the nose, like, it's not one of the great fears of life, really. Getting hit in the nose, getting hit right there, and just being like, because it's grim. This Condemned 2 Bloodshot, it is a little bit. How's it going, Danger? Danger, happy birthday. Can I get some happy birthdays in chat for our Danger? Sorry, Danger, if you just wanted to come in for a chill time. Play basketball for uni. Your nose has seen some balls. That's very good, Gangrene. That's very good. So we're going to do Gaza. Gaza's a great boss. I usually don't have too much trouble with him, so naturally, I'm gonna have a lot of trouble. Stream is a lovely birthday treat. I'm happy to treat you in that way. I wouldn't have sent you that coffee if I'd known this was all I'd have to. So we're gonna go fight Gascoigne. Yeah, I was talking about recently, Danger, I absolutely adore how you've sort of embraced the Father Paul Gascoigne. How you've embraced like the budget horror games streamer role. Because it is great content. I need to I ain't done the little girl's storyline. I've just realised, and I don't know if I can be bothered to. Because it's just a bit sad. Are you going to hit the boulder? He's not hitting the boulder. Oh, here it comes. They all moved out the bloody way of it. First jump scare, have my heart absolutely pounding. I don't think I remember the first jump scare. I think I was playing, No, I think I missed the first part of the stream. But I caught towards the end of it. Or from, like, the midway point, probably. Oh! There we go. All alright. It's all okay. There's a certain point that I've missed. Yeah, I think that's where you fight Bloodstarved Beast. I think. It's cool. It's lovely how big this city feels, but it's also crammed in. I'm not going to enjoy this. Yeah, we're good. We should be good at least. Yeah, we're good. Right. Fingers crossed we can do this first time. If not, no worries. It's a fun boss fight. It's one of the coolest fights in the whole series. The whole Bloodborne series. That's what it does.
All over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Yeah. Is that a yawn? I've always wondered why he does that. That's a good start. Important thing with this fight is to important thing with this fight is not to sort of spam the dodges or the parries like that. Oh. Oh goodness me. It started quite well. And then I've immediately done what I just said not to do. I can barely see what's going on. Here he is, spamming the parries. It's a bit funny, this fight, because it's got two phases. But the second phase is arguably a little bit easier. I really need to tighten this up. Oh my god. There we go, that's what we needed. One of those burps where you just let air out, yes. And I didn't celebrate too early this time. Timed it well. I love the way they do that. They sort of like click the that was a terrible. There we go. Sort of click open the lamp. It's good stuff. So that is actually Gascoigne's partner up there, his spouse, sadly. She's a bit sad. Do you know what? I feel like it's a good... let's say she had a rough night. I think she did. I feel like it bodes well that we didn't have too much trouble with Gascoigne there. You know what? It was a bit rocky. I panicked a little bit too much. Pressure got to me a bit, but we pulled through, and that's good. Look out. Yes, man. Yes, man. Nice, right. The real Bloodborne starts here. It's a cool bit. You do Cleric Beast, I missed it. Yes, I did Cleric Beast on Wednesday night. It is the Thief Bell, yes. Yeah, I did the Cleric Beast on Wednesday night, but I only did a very short stream.
You must be a hunter. Very sorry. The incense must have masked your scent.
You can actually do the
I've been waiting for one of your ilk. These hunts.
Gascoigne before Cleric Beast, can't you?
Waiting for it to end. It always does. Always has, you know. Since forever.
I like this little fella.
It won't end nicely. Not this time. Even some folks hiding inside are going bad. The screams of women folk. The stench of blood. The snarls of beasts. None of them's too uncommon now. Yarnum's done for, tell ya.
You'll be alright. You'll be alright.
If you spot anyone with their wits about them, tell them about this here Erden Chapel. They'll be safe here.
Yeah, there must be more Northern characters in this game than I remember.
Tell them to come on over, if you wouldn't mind.
This character's lovely.
I know if you happen upon someone while hunting, if they seem old.
It's like one of the few characters in this game that is just like genuinely morally good. Which is nice. Right, I think I'll head back. We shall head back. And we should be able to level up twice.
Very well.
We can. Good stuff. Just get scared. Yeah, when I started playing, I was saying this yesterday. When I started playing,
Farewell. May you.
I didn't pick a class. I think I just used whatever the default class was, which is sad because now I've got a bunch of points in like arcane and stuff that I don't want. Can't use that, can I? We don't have any blood gems yet. Okay. We'll go back to Central Yarn because we'll get the old lady. I shouldn't have gone to Central Yarn. No, it's okay. It's okay. I know the way, I think. I was thinking about streaming a couple of other games today, and I'm glad I did pick this because it's been a nice thing to stream, oddly. I think this and Dark Souls 1 are probably the games in this series that I find least stressful. So it's a nice start to the day. I was actually thinking of streaming some Thief this morning because it's been so long. But I thought I'd save it. So I'd save it for like the right time, you know. I was thinking of starting the Being Thief series. And I know you're very fond of the second one in that, aren't you, Virtual Bread? Your favourite, I think. So I was thinking of starting that soon.
I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you once has got off your arse,
Not quite favourite, but top 3. Good stuff.
you're obligated to help me, you hear? So what'll it be? Are you going to tell me you're not? Well, what do you know? An outsider worth a lick of salt. Well, don't just stand there. Don't you have work to do? Go slit some throats. Get this mess done with.
Charming. Bloody charming. It's alright, she gets a bit nicer. by that point? Is it too late? Or perhaps should have let her die. That simply wouldn't be in keeping with my morally good spirit. What's this led up to? Feels like a customer service call, yeah.
You needn't concern yourself with me. I'm afraid I'm of little help now, but before I did this, I made no use of it, but perhaps you. What afflicted me was incurable. But this town gave me hope. Their strange blood bought me time. I was most fortunate. Unharmed by the plague of beasts. I can even die human.
Oh, aye. So, I'm trying to think where to go next. Is it the woods? Do you go to the woods next? Go. I mean, you sort of dot about the cathedral ward. So we'll go do cathedral ward. Can't believe this town has so many talking windows. Talking windows and doors. It's like what's that thing? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where all the doors are like sighing every time someone goes through. Was the film of that meant to be any good? I watched it when I was very young, and I remember finding the robot funny, Marvin. So much so that I named my laptop after him. Like, if you searched for my laptop on the like devices, it would register as Marvin. So it must have had some sort of effect on me. There she is.
No, I haven't forgotten. Do you think I owe you something? Well, that's a fine lark, I'd say. This whole mess that Yarnum's in is all your fault. You put it to the outsiders. Our blood's ruined, tainted by your ilk.
That's just not nice at all.
I know your type.
How could you say that to poor Adam, of all people? I can't believe it. A damification has never done anything to hurt anyone. Ian, welcome in. How's it going? Have you spoken to the gloopy floor man? I have spoken to the gloopy floor man. We love the gloopy floor man. Look at his sad little face. I really want to do the thing. Should I do the thing? Just to show people the thing. No, I'm not going to do it right now. Ian, lovely to see you too. And I hope your day's going okay. Blubber by a brain demon, exactly. Does that way go down to Old Yarnum, I think? I don't really want to go that way just yet. I know you can obviously befriend the Ash Hunter, because I can't remember his name. How do you do you can wear the top hat. Get the top hat on. There you go. Do you know what? I actually like the rest of that outfit, so I'll put the whole thing on. Hash Hunter, exactly. I know you can get to him by going sort of behind. Through the other entrance. How do you get the crow? How do you do this crow's storyline from here? I always forget. Because she's supposed to appear here at some point, but I think you have to maybe go back to... You have to maybe go back to that bit, don't you? Where you fought Gascoigne. I don't want to fight the bagman right now. The baghead. Yeah. All that posturing for nothing. I'm embarrassed to be here right now. I like this area. It's good fun. We've got the shield. We can finally start our playthrough. Guess with a hunter. The hunter. You must open all the gates in the cathedral ward. That went actually quite sort of Geordie. There we go, we've got the shield. Can play the game properly now, as the developers intended. Sound like the Big Brother guy, yes. Eileen is in the cathedral ward. It's Eileen sat on like that chair. She's like, that hunter's just trembling in his boots all the time. I'm sick of him. I'm bloody sick of him. Do you have to go to Holdianum now then? I can't bloody remember this game at all. Really am going, don't think my favourite streamer and my favourite game can keep me from doing my work like a good boy. That's very kind of you, Ian. I hope the work goes alright. Get it smashed nice and quick and come back. Don't really. There's no pressure. Right, well I guess we'll go. No, you go off to the right, don't you? I'm gonna swap this back to the torch. Go off to the right here. Run into this big lad. Oh. Oh, this is like an Elden Ring enemy. Dear me. Oops. Got some quick attacks. Oh. Fortunately, doesn't really attack in combos. He just sort of big swings, you know. Ree, welcome in. How's it going? A hunter. Is it? Oh wait, no, that's Mikalash, innit? The hunter is a hunter even in a dream. Wasn't good. Oh, it's the big rock man. It's the rock. How's it going, Ray? Don't both come over here, please. For God's sake. Oh God. Right, let's just give him a whipping. I feel like that was a hit. There we go. Just need to get rid of one of them. And the pressure is off. The pressure is mostly off at that point. Why can't I time that one? These enemies are sort of like parry practice, and I'm getting battered. How's the Bloodborne bit? It's been good. We've beaten a boss so far today, but it went well, and that's the main thing. The bosses, it's almost like a weird feeling playing this game now, because after playing Elden Ring, where it's like a boss round every corner, this game staggers them out quite well. I guess it feels a little bit with Elden Ring like you're essentially just getting to a boss each time. And I don't want to keep sort of slagging off Elden Ring. But it feels like the game has the bosses, and then the areas kind of are just optional. Like, you can just sort of run through everything and not really worry too much about it. You know, the areas aren't really, oh, this is cool. It's, right, this is what I'm doing until I get to the next boss. Whereas this game, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like the levels are a bit more engaging. But again, he just kept swinging it. He just kept swinging it, and I didn't think to look at him and maybe try and dodge. I just thought, let's just hope for the best. That's a shame. That's a shame. Big issue with this game being on PS4 only is PS4 is a slow console. Does not load stuff quick. Ow. Oh then. The problem with Elden Ring is because of it being open world, you can get your weapons so far ahead of where it should be. Well, I feel like I've got the opposite issue at the moment, where I just feel like I just feel permanently underpowered. And I'm just constantly left wondering if I'm even playing the game right, you know? Oh, for God's sake. Right, come here. I'm very conscious that that big lad's behind me. Right, let's just get past everyone for now. Are my souls on the ground over there? Or are they being held by the big man? This game has a feature where sometimes if you're killed by an enemy, you will get your souls back by killing that enemy. Which is a bit daunting. You can tell, but no, my souls are there. I'm gonna leave you for now. Don't want to fight you just this sec. And see you, big man. I'm not gonna smash the pots. I do open world tunnels for all the upgrade materials. What do you mean? Open world tunnels? Do you mean like the do you mean the underground, like the sort of big underground river and all that? Because that's where I'm at the moment, but I just ran into the 2 gargoyles I was saying earlier, and it's making me not want to play the game anymore. I only tried to beat him once, but... Oh, the optional dungeons. Dylan, that sounds awful. It is exactly as I feared. Do I like it? Is that a joke? No, it's okay. How do you get the emblem? Oh, you have to go to Central Yharnam for that. Right, so we do have to do Central Yharnam first. Well, now we know. That is exactly it, Danger. I think I'm going to play it. If I stream again this weekend, I'm probably going to maybe do a bit of that. No, I'm not going to do it. Maybe. I want to like Elden Ring. I really do want to like Elden Ring. Hello, Nicole. Welcome in. How's it going? How was your sleep? I want to like Elden Ring, and I'm trying very hard to. It's not a case of me trying to be contrarian or anything like that. I want to enjoy it much more than I am. But mostly I want to get through it so I can binge watch Vati Video Lore videos. That is the end game of Elden Ring.
Welcome. What is it you desire?
He's just stabbed himself. This ghost.
Very well. Let me stand.
Right, I need to pop some more things.
Farewell, May.
I didn't actually see how much I'd need. Hopefully that's enough. I think it should be.
What is... Very well.
After completing and looking back, makes you realise it is the weakest Souls game. I don't want to make any judgment. I'm making lots of judgments. I don't want to make too many judgments, but dear me, it is it's not making me want to play more of it. This the start of getting into Oldianum, what we're about to do, this bit always catches me because there's a bit with dogs and a sniper. But this, the whole journey down to Oldianum is it's so tough, so tough. I'm trying to think what other direction you can take to go. Can't open this yet. There is another way to get in. Hope you're also having a lovely Friday, Ree. There is another way to get in because you can go from behind. My memory of this game is weirdly not very good. I played it a lot. And I remember I can picture all the individual parts just now how they fit together. There you go, there's a nice analogy. What's that over there? Is that Castle Canehurst? I don't think so. I think that's too close to be Canehurst. It could be. No, I think that is Castle Canehurst. There's a bit later in the game. And it's probably like... It's very weird because it feels very removed from everything else. It's a big castle. I really like that bit. But it's also got the boss that I was talking about earlier. Sometimes that dog sets itself on fire. It's one of the few... It's probably the only time where I'm happy to see that happen. I went through him again. Ah! There's our mate Alfred up here. Don't know if you can see him from here. Might be able to just spy him. Is that him there? I can't see him. He is up there. We'll go chat to him. Thought about using the dark sector glaive. I've considered it. But unfortunately, I hate everything about what you just said. No! I hate this bit. When I first played this game, this bit caused a lot of upset. It nearly did again. I bet it's horrible. Let's go around, chat to Alfred. This is like what a meeting would look like between me and Adamification. Like, here's Adam.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you?
And that's how I speak in real life.
That's precisely how I started out.
My hair don't really look like that anymore. I used to part my hair from the side,
Protégé,
so it did look like that at one point.
hunter of vile bloods. So, what say you? Our prey might differ, but we are hunters.
I do dress like that, yeah.
Why not cooperate?
Let's cooperate.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to celebrate our acquaintance.
I hate that you're making me want to do a threaded cane playthrough. You should do it. It's great.
Beast hunting.
It's a great weapon.
There must be oodles for us to share.
Oodles. Oh, he's got sideburns.
Tell me what piques your interest.
He's like one of the Gallaghers.
As you know, the Healing Church is the fountainhead of...
We're not doing a lore playthrough. We don't need to do this. We figured out how to change your name colour. Amazing stuff. Good stuff. You'll confuse me. It hasn't worked. No, it doesn't appear to have. Easier to do on desktop. Unless you're on desktop, in which case... unlucky. It is also pink for me. I'm not sure if that's what you were trying to do. I thought you were already pink. Oh, I see. That's just me being daft then. I think it's natural for it to cause your brain to go a bit, eh? Every time someone does it. I'm quite fond of like my very sort of particular beige that I found. Yes, it's good that. It's a nice... it reminds me of the colour of my old pair of Skater Boy 3/4 trousers that I had when I was 8. Forgot about you down here. Why do I keep spamming the gun? Just whack him. Just whack him. If in doubt, just clobber, you know. I like this area of the game. You might hear that a lot throughout this playthrough. Pet Jabber. Oh! Considering petted. And here we are. Down an old Yarnum. Can you pet him hard so his head boings? Should really make you be paying extra. I'm generous. But I am not without mercy. Is there not another side bit where it's got something in it? Is it here? No, that's the actual entrance. No, okay. I'm imagining it. This town is long abandoned. Hunters not wanted here. Hunter! That's what he says. He says, Hunter, you're not wanted here, or something like that. Are we gonna go? Yeah, let's sod it. I think it's quite a good item that you get off this fella. Good stuff. Very good stuff. An interesting thing about this area is that all of the beasts here, all the werewolves, are terrified of fire. Not these lads. I think these lads might be alright with it. Right, let's check. No, these ones are okay with fire. I mean, obviously they don't want to be set on fire, but when you run into like the beast people in this area, if you go up to them with a torch, they'll like back away from you. Which makes me feel very mean. but is you know, is helpful. Didn't really think about what I was doing there. Jabba is a good lad. Can't remember what's up here. Some Jew. What time are we on? 20 to 12. You there?
Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yarnum burned and the band. They are of no harm to those alone.
I remember how to get here now.
For the hunter will face the hunt.
You have to you have to yeah, you don't like the fire, see. You have to get captured by the bagman and then beat another boss called Dark Beast Pal, who I always find really tough at this stage of the game, so I've only ever done it once. Let's get the whip. Yeah, so I've only ever done that once, so we will have to fight the big lad who was just shouting at me. Which is a shame, because he's... If anyone's played this game, or tried to fight that guy, he's an absolute bastard. Would I like another coffee? Yes please, if that's alright, Nicole. My cup is on the sofa, on the armchair. On the arm of the chair. It's absolutely boiling in here. I'm going to open my window. My window has now been opened. Because it's roasting. T-shirt is brilliant. Thank you. Had it for years. One of my oldest items of clothing. Which sounds a bit gross when you say it like that, but also maybe not sustainable. What was the sponsor? Today's sponsor was me. It was me, but depicted in gold here as a hero. I've got this sat on my desk. It's an award I got at work.
You are a skilled hunter.
Thank you.
Adept. Merciless.
So this bit, you've got to... Let's grab that. So there's a lad with a machine gun up there, basically. So if you go near...
Which is why I must stop you.
Gives you a big bang. Big bang, Ludwig. 6 easy payments of $49.95. You can have this trophy, exactly. I was just thinking the other day about that random angel popped into your charity stream and smashed all your guns. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Can you parry this guy? Yeah. Of course you can. Oh, bloody hell. Adam, your strength knows no bounds. Can I display yet the what I was talking about? Right, so do you remember what I said about how the blood will essentially disappear if you take off, like, a hat or something? So if I take this off, right? There, look, you can see. The hat has occluded the blood. So you've remained clean on the top of your head. I love that feature. So if you wear like a mask, it does the same thing. It's really cool. So I hope you're happy knowing that the top of your head, your bonce, is remaining relatively clean throughout all of this. I'll be honest, normally when I do this area, I proper like just hike it through because it's quite stressful. It's a stressful spot to be. Caught me off guard a little bit, I won't lie. Jesus Christ! Right, we're good. Now you can see why I might find this area slightly... I didn't mean to do that. Why this area might be slightly stressful. Minigun is artificial difficulty. You're not wrong. I think it's quite overpowered. Right, we've got some crows over here. This won't be fun. It will. It was fine. It was fine. I mean, it wasn't particularly fun, but it wasn't bad. Nothing fills me with terror in this game like seeing an item surrounded by crows. Mm. There we go. Got our first gemstone there. So you can use the gemstones to sort of buff your weapons, basically. Oh! Oh, I forgot about this. Oh no. Oh. Back into the house. Back into safety of this bit. Relative safety, that is. Oh. Goodness me. Right. Big slap. Goddamn eagle things. Machetes on the feet in Elden Ring, yeah. I find the bats as well. There's a castle in Caelid where there's like loads of really powerful bats and they're proper hard to hit because they just stay above you. Yeah, the ones that throw the flame barrels as well. Do you know there's like a dragon right at the start of that game? As you leave the very start of the game onto like that first step bit, and then off to your right there's like that riverbed or lake bed or whatever, and there's like some ruins and there's a dragon that swoops down. I never fought the dragon. I did once, I think, and I died to it, or I ran away. Ever since I've gone back, the dragon has never come back, and it's upset me. I'm not going to fight this lad right now because he'll kick my ass, and my pride can't handle that. However, there's some items that I'd quite like to get around here, so maybe I'll stick about. Oh, hello. Yep, this lad is, he wants to fight me, but he doesn't know what to do with himself. Oh! I don't want to come any closer. You fight that dragon about 20 different times, so I've not missed much. Right, okay. That is like the same for all of Bloodborne. It feels. Oh my god. Oh, we're alright. We're alright. We're all good. I think you get the rifle spear down here. which I've never used, but I probably could this playthrough because I think it's... This ain't going too great. God. Another good weapon for these kind of encounters is the axe, the hunter's axe, which I did my first playthrough of the game with, and it's a very strong weapon. Is that? Lots of good times had with the hunter's axe. Where's the other big lad? I can hear him. Is there? There we go. Right. Why can I not parry this lad? Oh my god, there's another beastie. There we go. Dead. Dead. Bloody hell. Made a bit of a pig's ear of that. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you very much. My coffee. Very much needed for this section of the game. The disembodied hand of Nick P. Hello. I missed. I think I hit the wall. Right, there you go. Some good gear there. Now I think maybe you get the rifle spear here. Yeah. Well. Teaches me for bullying the poor wolf person. Right, I need to be very careful here because what's his face is kicking about. Maybe you don't get the right foot. Ah, ha ha. Ah. Right, we're good. We're good. We're out. I think you have to kill him to get the rifle spear. Text your partner during the charity stream for a coffee, and 6 hours later, when I checked my phone, she'd said which one. Well, that is the good thing of basically only ever drinking black coffee. I'm not saying it's your fault. This bit's very frightening. Very creepy. Right, Ooh. Total, if you're still in chat, there's all that sound design and everything. Does that not remind you of the Outer Wilds DLC? Just the use of the screeches and then the silence. God, I really wish I could play the Outer Wilds again and the DLC. So I might just do it anyway, you know. I know it wouldn't work properly because I already know you've gone too far. Oh god, that bit was horrible. Oh god, with all just the complete darkness. Absolutely terrifying. But wonderful. If anyone here hasn't played the Outer Wilds, not the Outer Worlds. Hate saying that, but the Outer Wilds. Get it played. It's on still on Steam, I think, at the minute. Put it on Game Pass for about 2 hours. It is tough. Have a good day, Ree. I hope you and your granddad have a lovely time. Thanks for popping in. Love new Obsidian games. Danger, please stop. It was a crime. It upsets me so much. I wish one of them... I mean, it was never going to be Bethesda, was it? But I wish one of them had just gone like... Let's just suck it up and change the name. Because I hate it. I hate having to say that to people. But yeah. Lots of lovely streamers in chat. One of you play Outer Wilds, please. I want to live vicariously through you. Pretend I'm playing it again for the first time, you know. You're right, mate. Whoops. One being shite and the other being good helps slightly. It did. Although I can't say I feel quite so strongly on the Outer Worlds. I don't particularly love it. I don't really like it. But it was fine, wasn't it? It was alright for what it was. But to essentially share a namesake with the Outer Wilds, which is one of the best games I've ever played. Outer Worlds is grand. That is a hot take. It was overwhelmingly average. Like this, I can't particularly take anything away from the game. It was fine, but didn't really do anything particularly well, I thought. Yeah, Steen. I think I enjoyed it enough to play it. Gangrene. Yes, it is streamer. It's one of the first games I ever streamed to completion, and it's amazing. It's an incredible game. I remember Pavati from Outer Wilds, who was the engineer on the ship, and I liked her. I think probably most people did. She was like the most likable character. Other than that, no, not really. So when Fallout 3 came out at the same time as Fallout 3. If that's okay. What do you mean if that's okay? I've already streamed it. Like I said, I want someone else to play it. I want to see someone else play it. It's honestly, it's amazing. It's probably my favourite game ever. If it's not Bloodborne. Like this or Outer Wilds. But I think like if I want a traditional, if I was going to pick like a traditional like action game, then I would say this is my favourite game. If I wanted to say like what is my favourite game experience of all time, Outer Wilds 100%. Or Oblivion. Oblivion's up there. Oblivion's in my top 5. Yeah, Outer Wilds is so good. I'm not going to lie and say like it'll grip you from the start, because it won't. It took me a very long time to really, and even when I was into it, there were times when I really sort of questioned whether I was going to keep playing it, because it's tough, but it's so rewarding. It's one of the most worthwhile experiences ever that you'll find in a game. And the DLC's mint. Played Oblivion to death on Xbox 360. Yeah, same for me on PS3. And I'll always be able to go back and play it because of that. I probably won't enjoy it as much these days. Like I can't get the same enjoyment out of Oblivion that I used to. I realise that, but if I want to just like have a nice night, I can boot it up and I can just wander about, do a few quests, listen to the music, that sort of thing. And Oblivion's always there for me for that. Yeah, Danger, I almost had the same thing. Because I sort of... I had a hiatus from it for a good few weeks right before the end of the game. Is that other werewolf dead? Yeah, it is dead. Okay, we're good. But then I went back to it and I finished it and I loved it. You starting New Vegas again to that time of year. Yep, I had that. I've been playing a bit of Fallout 3 recently. I don't love Fallout 3. It's probably my least favourite of all of the Bethesda games. But that's not to say I don't that's not to say I dislike it, because I do like it. But what I've been doing is I've literally just been sticking on Fallout 3, putting some music on and just sort of bombing about. I find something oddly satisfying about just doing combat focused stuff in Fallout games. Is that including Fallout 4 as well? No. No, I think I like Fallout 3 more than Fallout 4. Big fan of Fallout 76. I started playing Fallout 76 the other day. It was I played about 14 minutes of it, I think I counted, and then I uninstalled it. That game runs like shit. What's that about? Like, absolutely terrible performance. And even when I down all the settings and stuff, it just felt horrible to play, because, like, you shoot an enemy in Fallout 76 and they die like half a second later, because it's all online. It's terrible. It don't feel good at all. Excited for Starfield? Not really. Like, I'm curious, I guess. And, you know, I'll watch the trailers and the gameplay and the reviews, and I'll keep up to date with it, and I might even play it. But I don't really... I can't say I really get excited about Bethesda stuff anymore. Like, even the new Elder Scrolls, I don't even know if I'll play it. I probably will play it. I'll probably give it a go. Hated every second of 76 when it came out. Don't remember ever being so disappointed. Do you know what? I always... Oh, this is going to sound smug, and I don't mean it to sound smug, but as soon as they announced it, I remember being really annoyed. Because, you know what people are like? People have always been saying, oh, it'd be so good if Fallout had co-op, or it'd be so good if Elder Scrolls was online, and you could do co-op and stuff. And I just remember every time thinking, no, it wouldn't. What's good about those games is it's a solo experience. It's one where you're going around at your own pace, discovering the world at your own pace, and it's a very personal experience. That I feel like that's what makes... Isn't that the point of RPGs? And then, and then Fallout 7... Well, then Elder Scrolls Online came out, which, to be honest, I quite liked it, but I didn't play it for ages because I was annoyed. I was annoyed at its existence. But then I did play it a bit when I was at uni because I got it cheap. And as an MMO, I found it quite fun. But it's not like I'm sat there going like, oh, thank goodness, finally an Elder Scrolls MMO. It was just it happened to be an MMO that was alright. I don't know. That's probably quite a contradictory view I've just given. I don't know. But yeah, then Fallout 76 got announced. I was like, oh, fuck off. It didn't even look... I didn't even think it looked good in, like, the announcements and stuff. None of it appealed to me at all. I was like, this just probably isn't going to go well. And I think by that point I was very lukewarm on Fallout 4. An opinion which has only gone down, really, as time's gone on. Oh, shh! I'm sat looking up there for the werewolf to drop down. The werewolf had already dropped down. And he was chomping on me. Look how much blood I'm covered in. Like an oil slick. Did I open the gate up there? I did, didn't I? Where have you come from? They really are. They really are bad for that. And you just know that the new Elder Scrolls is going to be on the same engine. And it's probably just going to feel a bit like Fallout 4, but with a bit better performance or something like that. And I really hope they don't mess up the visuals again. I hate the way... this is turning into such a hateful stream. I hope it don't come across that way. But I hate the way Fallout 4 looks. I think it's one of the ugliest... Probably the ugliest game they've released. People talk about the way... a lot of things to hate in the last few years, that's true. Video games probably not top of the agenda, to be honest, but... But like, people complain about like how waxy all the faces look in Oblivion. I much prefer the faces in Oblivion and the dialogue and just how the characters act and speak and to anything in Fallout 4. I wish I could download a mod that stripped all of the voice acting entirely, not just the player character, all the voice acting from Fallout 4. And all of the dialogue just became text to read. I mean, it's not like they could take any less... It's not like it could have any less personality. I've got slow poisoning. Are we going to try the boss now? Or are we going to go and spend our blood echoes? I think we're going to do the boss. Let's get the antidotes at the ready. Sometimes I find this boss alright. Oh god, that Oblivion dialogue mistakes video is brilliant. Where it's just like them mid... It's just like an Oblivion character mid-dialogue, like... Have you heard about the elves in the... Oh, I'm sorry. Let me try that again. Have you heard about the elves? It's brilliant. Anyway. I put off this long enough. About 20 seconds. It's a tough boss, I think. I think we'll be alright. It has been a while. I remember the trick to this boss was to bait out a particular attack that it does at range. This one. It does eventually start using poison as well in its attacks. Which makes it a bit of a pain. I've got an itch. I need to itch my face. I don't think it's quite too difficult to parry this boss either, but I sort of don't really want to risk it, you know? Ooh! Get a bit of distance, and... I think whip is probably going to do us... Ah! I've done this boss before without taking a single bit of damage, but it, as you can probably tell from the way I'm fighting him, it took me a bit of time. I like to fight this boss quite carefully. Which is a bit boring, but... It's a very erratic boss, you know, with the way the flaps on its head kind of, sort of ragdoll so much can make it quite unpredictable when you're in close with it. So if you're right up next to the boss, those flaps going about on its head can really disrupt what you're seeing. Have a bit of that. Missed. Where's he gone? Ooh! There's that terrifying moment when you lose your lock on. Ah! This is where things get quite upsetting. I think you basically take poison now in proximity. Yeah, you do. I think at this point you've just got to accept that you're gonna be poisoned. Very complicated to deal with. I wonder how I did this without... Ah! Let me do that one again. It's a very good video. It is very creepy. Bloodstained Beast, Nameless King. I don't know about that. Nameless King's great though, isn't he? Like, he's so hard, but he's so much fun to fight. I think that kind of helps. Bloodstained Beast, maybe not the most fun to fight because of the poison. I feel like as soon as you introduce poison to a fight, I feel less happy. Howdy. Oh, I can hear the wolf behind me, but I want this. The wolf has stopped chasing me, it's all good. Nameless King. Did I... Oh, we beat him the same day. Yes, we did. We did. It's quite nostalgic. Let's try again. Souls are right in the middle. Like when you're running for the gun in a fight. By you, I don't mean any of you or me. I mean movie characters. Can I parry him? Maybe best not to. Sort of like Ozzy Osbourne with that hair. With the flaps on his head. Should have equipped some Molotov cocktails. Because they're quite strong against him, I think. Also could have put some fire paper on if we wanted to make it a bit easier. Got to be careful following up with that charged attack, because it's that's what got us last time. Oh. Wow. Oh, he's so mobile. The issue with the threaded kit... Oh, bloody hell, man. I'm trying to avoid getting poisoned in this early stage of the fight. It's like every hit you take is a poisoning. It's a poisoning. Done it again! Oh, man. It's like, oh, nearly all my antidote gone. Yeah, the threaded cane when it's in its whip mode is really slow. Let's see if we can use the cane version a bit more. Oh, man. Oh, God. Yes. What are you doing over there? What are you doing over there? Just emphasizing how poisony you are. Wow. No! Come on! Yeah. Get that antidote down here. Oh. Finally finished my boring part work. Good stuff, virtual bread. Remember when Mr. Beast used to make shite YouTube videos? Look at him now. Mr. Beast, who very kindly donated to my charity stream. There we go, we've unlocked Chalice Dungeons. I'm so happy. I'm shaking. Don't know if you can see this. I've done them. I've done the Chalice Dungeons. Never have to do them again. And I've got the trophy. I've got the trophy to prove it. I'd show you it, but if you saw my game profile, you'd see my name because it's got my it's very doxable. So I need to change that really. Right, let's upgrade weapon first. Oh yeah. I can't upgrade it. get that. So those upgrades, one of those upgrades will now cause my health to permanently recover a little bit, which is nice. Hello, it's this lad again.
Hunter.
This poor lad just stabbing himself to death.
Farewell, good hunter.
What do you mean farewell? I didn't say bye.
Welcome. What is... Very well, let...
Right. There's quite a few levels up. Probably need more endurance.
Farewell, good mate.
Where do we go from it? Oh, we need to go back to Ordianum, I think. I think we do anyway. We need to go back and speak. Well, kill the dude with the machine gun, which is probably harder than any boss in the game. However, what he'll often do is, because he's stood on top of a tower, what he'll often do is dodge to avoid you and accidentally dodge off the building. Which is what I'm counting on. Fingers crossed. Should really be putting some of those blood echoes into a cache ISA. Do need to be, should be claiming some interest on these for sure. Ah! Hello! Right. Hopefully they don't follow me for too long. Now then. Hello! Excuse me. Excuse me. They're a lovely bunch. Wasn't a very clever idea, was it? I'm trying to remember now how to actually get on top of the roof. I feel like I've come the wrong way. God, how do you do it? Do you come up here? This can't be right. Hello. Oh, it's up here. Ran past this the first time. So again, hardest fight in the whole game coming up. Please don't laugh at me when I die to this. Alternatively, if he rolls himself off the top of the building, laugh at him. There you go. Now then, kid. He's got so much health. Oh my god. I genuinely feel like with how sort of tough this guy is to fight, they did intend for him to basically just jump off the edge. Because he's so hard. I don't get it. I've never understood it. Because she meant to do this fairly early, I think. I'm out of bullets. There we go. Yes. That is a fan note. He's gone. is gone. Now we just need to do this real quick. And then the reason we do this is because the item will now spawn. The item that we need from him will now spawn at the top of that. Hopefully. There it is. Wait, that's not even what I wanted. Oh. I thought he dropped something else. Where'd you get the Sword Hunter badge? Do you get that from the Healing Church? Yeah, you get it from the Healing Church workshop. I wonder if the Healing Church workshop even open? It must be open now. I've got no bullets. So one thing you can do is you can damage yourself to get more Quicksilver bullets. He was quite innocent. He's quite a tragic character, is that one? Why are you here? One at a time, please. Oh my god. No, you bastard! He parried me while I was attacking someone else. Oh my god. Oh my god, the crows. The crows. The crows. Oh my god. This is horrible. This is genuinely horrible. I can't see you. There we go. Finally. I barely did anything. Oh my god, the stupid bastard crows! Get away from me! Just came across a tier list, but I would actually quite like to try that tier list. Chuck that to me in Discord. That might be how I end the stream or something like that. Oh, fuck off. Get these crows at the bottom. That's what I say. That should have been a parry. Is he healed? That cheeky bastard. Fucking crows, man! Lost! Please! Terrible. Right. In the DLC, you have to fight a lot of hunters, and it's horrible because they basically all just spam shoot you constantly, and they have like infinite ammo. It's terrible. Link dropped in Discord. Thank you very much. Got some bone marrow ash. Is that it? I swear you can get the source spear around here. Maybe not. Maybe you just have to buy it now. Although there is an item there, so maybe I missed it. Hello. No, it's just called Blood Dew. Rubbish. Rubbish. There is an area we can do up there, but I'm gonna leave it for now. Because it's I don't know, it's kind of a I've only got one blood vial. Um. Yeah, where did I say you get the Sword Hunter badge? From the healing church workshop is where we need to go. If my memory serves correct. I'm absolutely roasting. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm boiling. This room is like an oven. I'm really hoping my new streamer den will have better ventilation. I'm finally starting to get breeze in through the window. This isn't where I wanted to go. Should have like a, it says Sword Hunter badge. I think so, yeah. Because, yeah, I think it's at the top of the Healing Church workshop. Sword Hunter? That doesn't sound right now that I say it there. I think it is a Sword Hunter, isn't it? Yeah. Put a tray of chips out, and a magpie is having a good go at it. Good stuff. That not dropped by the cleric beast? Or while reading a page, it says cleric beast drops it. Perhaps. If that's the case, then I should already have it. I do already have it, the Sword Hunter badge. It's not the Sword Hunter badge that I need in that case. Oh.
I must. What is it? Very.
Sleeping on the job. Right. Never mind.
Farewell, good mate.
I wonder why I can't get into Cathedral Wood if I've got it. I think you have to go into Healing Church Workshop then. That's the only thing I can think. God's sake, right. I am going to pop for a quick wee. So I'll hit you with a brief AFK. Enjoy the sounds of a nightingale, I think. And also, I think I put some like ocean sounds in it as well. Radiant Sword Hunter badge, that's probably what I'm after. Anyway, I will be back momentarily. I have now returned. And I'm a little bit cooler because I walked outside of this room briefly. That's nice. I'm going to give that a fine note. The pee and poo, indeed. Let's go back to the Tomb of Erden real quick. Just in case Eileen the Crow is having a little fight. Friend sent me a video of a starling outside his house which mimics a seagull. Brilliant. I do that sometimes. I mean, hopefully they're here. There should be a fight going on. There is not a fight. We've come here too early in that case. We've come here much too early. think, Ian, I think you were saying that you need to open up the cathedral ward first. Look, I get stressed up in like a white shirt. Only vocally for now. Well, I think the friends should assist. Provide some props. Have you seen the Nicole keeps showing me these TikToks of someone who has been like befriending a seagull that sits on his window every day, and like he like feeds it through the window, and over time he eventually got like one of those like gloves for handling birds, and he got the seagull to like sit on his hand. It's very good. Right, now we can go through here. Great stuff. If I'm not mistaken, there's a bit you can jump off there. I'm gonna go through there because I remember it. There's like a good item through here. Nearly missed it. I couldn't remember how to do this for ages. Like that it was in that elevator. And I remember describing this place to Lelamo, who'd not seen it before. And I was like, yeah, there's a bit where you can get to the top of the Erden Chapel, but I can't remember how you get to it. And then eventually I refound it, and I was like, oh my god, this is it. They're very good mimics. Divine. Who's Divine? That's what you do when you're adrift on a raft. What did I say? Slowly befriend a seagull, then grab and eat it. Right, I see. Yay! So we can give the messengers little hats now. The little goblin people that come out the floor. We can now give them little bowl hats. So yeah, this is above the chapel. There's the little blob man down there. He's not really a blob man, is he? He's just got a little cloak on. Right, how do I get out of here? How do you just drop it? I've just realised I've only got one blood vial. This could cause some trouble. We'll be alright. More splat than blob, yeah, perhaps. Right, here comes Mr. Machine Gun. Which was the original rejected tutor for the Karate Kid. What have we got here? Communion. I think from here you can see the imitation workshop as well. Not imitation, sorry, the original workshop. That's a great start, that. Why am I parrying when I've only got 4 bullets? Are you going to drop me some blood vials, please? Nope. I'm sincerely hoping there's some people dropping blood vials around here, because having 0 blood vials is making me quite uneasy. See how we get on. Oops. Oh! Here, a good Bloodborne based insult that one hunter might say to another. Go on, hit me. Hit me with that. Who's shooting me, by the way? It's you. Very fortunate. Oh! God, I am playing this very close to the chest. There we go. I clanged a pot, so I didn't hear if you said yes you would. But yeah, I would like to hear it. I thought that was the insult. This guy came straight from the jerk shop. That's quite good, actually. I hate how much I enjoyed that. Right, no! Oh, sugar. Right. Did you just say Monu? Monu! Sid! The shirt shop, etc., etc. I do get the idea now, yeah. It's good. Right, I think there's a troll right round the... It helps to be prepared. Oh, he's still alive. That's good. That's good stuff. Where's he gone? Ah! Oh my god, are you kidding me? That gun is horrible. Like, it proper blasts you. Dear me. The terror I just felt getting shot with that. Yeah, it's like the worst possible location in the game to get hit with it as well. Right, bit of revenge here. Now there's fallback for you. No, don't hit me with the sad face. Right, oh, for goodness sake. Ah! Starting to sound like a Bloodborne. Right. Dear me. Before vegan, did you eat pasta and sauce? Yes. What? Is that... What? Is pasta and sauce a brand? Because I eat pasta and sauce now. It can't come through it yet. It's locked. But that's one of my favourite areas of the game too there. It's very creepy. Camping food. Having it for lunches. So is it a brand then? Is that what it is? Please help me. It's a brand of packeted powdered sauce with dried pasta. No, I never had. Is it the one where it's like blue at the top and then like yellow at the bottom or something? Or am I thinking of like super noodles? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of the right thing. SK, welcome in. Birdman, welcome back. Take this and please notice me, Senpai. I've noticed you. That's okay. That's okay. Well. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Thank you very much, SK. How's it going? The kind of foil but still paper packets. Yes, I think I know what you mean. No, I don't think I ever had that.
Stay away from me.
It's just not really needed, is it?
I know all your tricks.
Don't know what I did to deserve that, but good 60p lunch is pasta and sauce. I don't know what I do for my sort of cheap lunch. She does get nice. She gets nice quite far into the game, though. She's horrible for, like, a good chunk of it. To be honest, when she gets nice, it's sort of sad because it's because her sort of mental faculties are starting to go. The night of the hunt is starting to sort of, I don't know. She basically starts to lose her sanity essentially. Pasta and sauce and super noodles are both owned by the same company, so they look very similar. That'll explain it, yeah. Because, yeah, it is like the same packet design. Welcome in, Hobby Time, but it is like the same packet design, isn't it?
Welcome. What is... Very well.
I can picture it. Alright, cheers, just tired, but that's nothing new. How are you? That's like very... That's very like Max Payne 3 SK. Tired. But nothing new. I don't mean to take the piss out of you. But that's the sort of thing I'd say as well, to be fair. I was under the impression that the old lady is doped up later in the game. That could be it as well, actually. Yeah, that would probably make more sense. Because, yeah, she just starts getting... But she starts referring to you as, like... Doesn't she think you're a grandkid or something? I always remember super noodles as tasting very bad. I don't remember them ever tasting bad. But SK, I do hope you're okay, by the way. A son or grandson, yeah, something like that. Yeah, she's a nice lass, really.
Farewell, good Mick.
I always laugh because about Max Payne 3. It comes to mind because I used to know this person who got really into Max Payne 3 when it first came out. And I was trying to talk to him about something. I can't remember what it was, but they were really short with me when I tried to speak to him. I was just like chatting to him about, like, I don't know, some news or something. They were like proper short and grumpy with me. I was like, is everything all right? And they were like, oh yeah, sorry, I've just been playing Max Payne 3, and I think I think the character's rubbing off on me a little bit. I was like, oh god, I'm sorry. Like, depressed alcoholic Max Payne with his family tragedy and everything else going on with him. Just I love that. Can I speak to the man in the wheelchair? I'll have a chat with him, yeah. Let me improve my gemstones. In fact, can I fortify my pistol yet? Look at that. Good stuff, that. Now then.
The moon is climbing.
It's him again!
It will be a long hunt.
This lad just stabbed himself in front of every NPC.
Loom large and threaten to crush your spirits. Seek a holy chalice.
It's just telling me about chalice dungeons, Steen. Why would you do this to me? The worst part of the game.
A holy chalice will reveal the tomb of the god.
You up much since we came off to Brazil, mate. Sorry, I keep sprinting about and jumping on top of the shed. Been playing a lot of Sonic lately. Thought he'd have something interesting to say. He does sometimes have interesting things to say. Right. Back to Central Yharnam, I think. No. Cathedral Ward. I think we can get in now, but maybe you have to go round. Why can't I remember this? I can't remember. I don't know where to go. I remember. Kirkhammer. So Kirkhammer is the sword I was talking about last time, that you plunge it into a big rock on your back and it turns into a big hammer. So it's sword turns into a hammer. Sounds amazing. It's fucking rubbish. Hated it. Absolutely hated it. Left me very disappointed. Right. I don't think I can use that doorway yet. So don't go that way. I am going to insult Kirkhammer. It's rubbish. I do like the cane. The cane's the best weapon. We'll be swapping the cane out later in the game for Chicago. For Shickage. But we'll be using the cane up until then. I can never remember at what point is best to do Canehurst. I like to leave it till a little bit later because it's hard. Martyr Ligarius, I think, is one of the hardest bosses in the game. Only a special emblem opens the main gate. I can't remember what. No, I think I need to get round the back of it. I just can't remember which way you go. Games like this made me sad I have an Xbox. It is sad, like, this game deserves to be on every platform. Even the Switch. But it barely runs on a PS4, so I wouldn't like to see it on a Switch. But yeah, that's why I like to leave Cairnhouse a little bit later for that reason. But at the same time, I like to get Chicago nice and early. So it's Chicago Town Pizza and Mandem's Knowledge. So there is an item in this game called Madman's Knowledge, which we use to gain insight. And every time I read it, I just used to see it as Mandem's Knowledge, and it gave me a little chuckle. Look at that! What a parry! Get Chicago and not bother with Ligarius until later. No, you have to beat him. You have to beat Ligarius because you need to join the Covenant, I think, to be able to buy Chicago. If I remember correctly. Do you go round here, is it? That's right. Ah! I'm probably thinking of the DLC. Maybe take the pistol. Yeah, the pistol Evelyn is the pistol you're thinking of. That gun is mint. I always use that. Scales really, really well with Blood Tinge. Get a weapon in the library. I think you're thinking of Evelyn. You also get it's not Rakuya. It's got like a German name. It's called like Rita Splash. It's like Rita Splash or something like that. And it's like a sword slash gun. Palash. That's not it. You're lying. I genuinely can't remember how to progress. How do you get back? How do you get to... Ah! How do you get to the back? It's not round here, is it? No. Is it? No. Oh. Why can't I remember this for the life of me? Isn't insight a bad thing? No, but also sort of. Writer Palash. Right, it actually is that. I thought you were taking piss. So insight has both negatives and pluses. The positive is that you can spawn in people, and I think you also can see some cool stuff. And see a big monster around here. Because your eyes are more open to the world and the reality of the world. But because the more aware you are of the world, the more understanding you have of it, the more it puts you at risk of going insane, essentially. So certain enemies become more deadly. Enemies that give you a stat called Frenzy. So essentially, upon being witnessed by these enemies that give you Frenzy, a stat will increase that will kill you. So in those instances, it's better to have low insight, but you can sort of play around them, it's fine. I don't know what to do. I ever think. No, I remember what to do. I have to go down, don't I? I have to go down into the workshop. Into the healing workshop, not through there. We're not going to speak to him just yet. To the bagman. So I gotta go back here. It's coming back to me. Send the elevator back down. Say hello to our mate. Thank you for the bullets. Sprint to the finish. I have a cool game I'm going to be playing soon. And I'm going to announce it because I'm really excited to do it. I'm going to be playing the original Blade Runner game, which is like a sort of point-and-click adventure game, which I got off GOG the other day, because I didn't even think you could get it these days. I thought it was one of those that had been sort of lost to the MS-DOS times. But apparently you can play it now on GOG, so I've got it. So I'm going to be streaming that at some point. And I'm very excited about it. I'm trying to remember how to get to the workshop. As you drop down here, there are two places you can get to. One is the original Dream Workshop. The other is where we actually need to go. I think I've probably gone the wrong way to get to the workshop, though. Or is it like there? I can... Where is it? I can't even see where the workshop is. I might have gone past it already. Oh no, it's there. There, yeah. So I think I've dropped off the wrong bit, but that's fine. We can go back. It's not essential. The issue now is that I don't actually know where to go from here. Oh, there. That's where you need to go. I hate this bit. This bit's horrible. That's not true. Oh wait, no, there is actually the beam there, isn't there? Oh god. Proper horrible, this bit. Why are you going this way and not Bagman way? Bagman way is not the right way. That takes you to the jail, doesn't it? Which isn't where we want to go right now. I don't want to do that bit just yet. Surely I'd drop to that from here. Oh, no! I won't survive that. Will I? Oh no, is it that? Am I seeing a platform there? This is... Oh, this bit is tougher to navigate than I remember. Right, let's go for it. I don't think that was the right way. You'll lead to that electrician boy. Yep. And then you... No, after that you end up back in Old Yarnum. After you've fought Dartbeast's pal. Because that's how you get to the Ashen Hunter without killing him. But I was saying, I've only ever done it once because I have quite a lot of trouble with Pal. That early on in the game, at least. I think he's quite tough up until a certain point, and then when you've got the stats to beat him, he's quite easy. I say he. I can never remember if Dartbeast's Pal has a gender.
A night of curses. A night to remember. What you say, friend?
Aye. Exactly. I think you get the first brain sucker down here. Not this bit, but in this area. Truly a horrible enemy. Oh! So I think we can just exit out through here now. But I'm gonna, you know, have a little wander at. Oh no, it's the Bagman. I'm gonna go straight up. I think. Open up the shortcut. Looking very mucky, Adam. Feel it too. And there we go. We are now in the cathedral ward proper. Yeah. I hate when that happens, where you're on like the wrong height to get the riposte. Goodness me. We all just relax a bit. At least we got blood vials. Just remembered you can technically... I could just go do Vicar Amelia right now. Christ. Christ. But I'm not... I don't know why I'm playing the game the way that I am. I think normally I would at least try and fight a lot of these. I just like to get them into a nicer space, you know. Will you stop that, please? I can't remember if I find these guys a bit more effort to fight than they're necessarily worth. That's my excuse anyway for running away from them like a coward. It's just not worth my time. Just, yeah, I got bigger fish to fry. Yeah, so I'm going to be playing the original Blade Runner game on stream at some point, which I think will be fun. It looks like it'll be fun. And then, of course, there'll be Subnautica at some point, I think. Hello.
You, or an outsider who's come to join the hunt? What a pathetic idea. You what? What, you think I'm a beast? Well, maybe I think you're a beast. And step away from my castle.
So this guy is a funny one. I need to go back to the original clinic because the person at the clinic asks you to send people to him, to her. If you tell him to go to the chapel, he will go to the clinic, and if you tell him to go to the clinic, he will go to the chapel. And I'd like to keep him alive, so I'd rather tell him to go to. I was sandbagged by the enemy. You see, the clinic is nasty. He is. He's a cynic. Through and through.
We've the deepest gratitude for the church and all they do for us.
That sounds like.
Widest gratitude.
It sounds like Pam from Gavin and Stacey.
Praise you. Praise the old damn church. And best of luck hunting. Best luck of all.
Thank you. Oh, I just realised, Tom, what you were doing there. You're doing the cont thing. I feel daft. Jelith, how's it going? Welcome in. Ah! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. What a bloodbath, eh? Piss off. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there is the brain sucker around this area. I think it's around that. I can hear it. If I'm not mistaken. Is there? Alright, ready. Yes, man! They're extremely weak to fire. And they are extremely stressful to fight against. Yeah, Criminal, it's weird, isn't it? Good, but typing on TV, so pain. So are you actually typing on the TV, like with the remote? Because that does sound painful. I'm sorry to hear that. But you're typing very well and quickly, if that's true. I want to go down to where the brain sucker was. Pet Jabber, Marcus. Absolutely. With the remote. That's some dedication. So big respect. I've currently got my... I ain't got any socks on, and I've currently got my toes caught in a cable. In a micro USB cable. How do you get up there? I can't remember. Have I ever played this game before? With the one remote. I swear. No, I think you go around the other side. When you're watching TV, you do be about 90 seconds behind. Yeah, same for me. I tend to avoid it. It's weird because if I watch it on like a watchman of Bergenworth guards the gate with a password, the secret adage of the Grand Cathedral. I think you can see Bergenworth from a certain bit. Can't remember. Yeah, if I watch it like with my PS4, PS5 or something, it's in time, so that's how I'll do it if I'm watching on telly. But yeah, bizarre. Don't like it. Do you ever find like TV apps? Do you know on like smart TVs and that? Absolutely rubbish. Like they're so like TVs are not designed for that. Maybe it's just because I've only got cheap smart TVs, but like they never seem to be very good. They don't work properly. Yes. We can upgrade the weapon once again. So we won't be able to progress through it, but I'll pop through. This bit's cool. So there's like this big windmill here. We're going to go to that windmill a bit later. Have a smart TV, but use the Chromecast for that reason. It makes sense. Well, we're going to go to one of those windmills later. I can't remember which one it is. I think both, actually. I think you do go to both. Yeah, that bit's cool. And there's Canehurst Castle. over there. Yeah, so that is Cairnhurst Castle. Nice. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to do this bit yet. We haven't got the password. But I'm going to do it anyway.
Password.
Don't have a password yet. I think we need to beat Vicar Amelia before we do that. Which I might have a go at, even though I'm probably a little bit underleveled. I should probably do the... I should probably do Hemwick Channel Lane first. Which I don't mind doing, I like that area. Get a Bluetooth keyboard for your TV. If it's something to do regularly. So that's a good shout. I've been thinking about getting one for my tablet so I can use it like a sort of little laptop when I'm out and about. Because I don't get enough use out of my tablet at the minute. I'm trying to remember now how to get to Hemwick Channel Lane. I do remember. I remember it's come to me. Why is she always sleeping?
I must. What is it? Very well. Let. Farewell. Good.
I think when would be a good time to start leveling Blood Tinge. Maybe soon. Don't do that. Why can't I fortify? Oh, I need another. I need another, sadly. Let's get that from Hemwick Channel then. I've tried to get use out of tablets, but as a device they've never clicked with me. I get that. I've got one and I quite like using it as just like a sort of Netflix or YouTube device in bed if I can't be asked to have telly on. But it's a bit too bright for Nicole, so I don't use it too much. Yeah, they're a bit funny, aren't they? But like I said, I think if I get a little keyboard for it, I think I'll probably get quite a bit of use out of it. Yes, Cathedral Wood, that's where I want to go. I don't like the entrance to Hemwick Channel Lane because there's lots of dogs, and the dogs have like horns. There's a like a wooded area before it where it's all dogs and snipers in the trees. And it's a bit tough. I always sort of don't dread it, but I get a bit nervous walking up to it, knowing that it's probably going to give me a bit of trouble. Is that an item there? Yeah. I should probably pop some of those and level up a bit more. No reason not to, really. So here we go. This is the bit I was talking about. Gives me the creeps. It's interesting, if you fight Vicar Amelia before doing this area, the area's a bit different. Which which I always find interesting. And it always makes me wonder if I should, what order I should do it in. Like there's certain enemies in this area I think that will only appear either if you've got a high insight or if you've beaten Amelia. I can't remember what items you get in this area. Oh, hello. Well, let's go find out. That's not fair. Oh. I hate this bit. Be communicating with emotes, that is very fair. There we go. There we go. I think that's most of them. There's some over at the other end that we need to deal with at some point, but not a problem right now. Gangrene. You can't go up there, can you? No. Big slide back down. You'll also be communicating for Jelith via emotes. Does that mean you'll be communicating on Jelith's behalf? She can send her own emotes, Danger. You eat shit. Ah! Oh, Christ. There we go. We did it. We got through the bit that I was nervous about. I'm not scared. This concludes my, my representation of Jelith. Is that a die heretic? Here we go. I like this area. This area is very cool. I said I'd keep saying that. I remember, I think the most popular emote I ever left in this game was, I left an emote, like, right here. Not an emote, a note right here that said, like... I'll do it again. It's not going to be very original. Where's the one that just says ahead? Oh no, I think it was time for. And I think I just put something. Time for joy. Dropping Bog at a grave. Just because it just always makes me laugh because you can just hear like. It's just a very cheerful sounding place, isn't it? Oh, light. Let's level up. Let's do a quick level up. I think I can. I don't think I picked up any more crafting stuff, but I might just pop a bunch of blood things. Why not? You know.
Well, what? Very well.
I used to leave message ahead in Dark Souls 1, and then 2 meters in front, I was also leaving a message saying message. That's a good one. So it was you all that time.
Welcome. Very well.
I've sat.
Become your strength. Let me stand close.
So this game,
Shut your eyes.
anyone playing like Elden Ring on a console may have also noticed this. Because it's the same on that game. I think it might be the same on Dark Souls 3. The game has essentially a feature where it ties gestures. It ties them to, you can see their controller movements. Unfortunately, it never works practically. So for example, if I hold X, give this a shake, nothing's happening, it's supposed to be there we go. There we go, right, so all that shaking just to do that. But the reality of the situation is, you'll go to speak to a character and then it'll just start emoting because you pressed X. And you're like, right, not really what I wanted, but okay. Similarly, yeah, danger, exactly. My phone, I mean, anyone with a Samsung might have noticed this. It now has like this automatic anti-accidental lock screen opening thing, where essentially when you go to unlock it, it thinks it's like unlocked itself in its pocket, in your pocket or something. So it gives you like this extra thing that you have to try and swipe. But it's really hard to swipe. Like, you've properly got to like swipe to get rid of it, just to make sure that you're not accidentally unlocking your phone. However, I'll have my phone sat next to me on the armrest, and it'll just unlock itself. It'll just be gone, and then just it's unlocked. I'll be like, right, anything I can do for you there? Anyway, anti-pocket tech, exactly. Sick of it. Sick of pockets, to be honest. Do we do this area? I think I might leave Bloodborne here for now. I feel like this is probably a good point to leave it, because it's quite a long area. Longish, at least. So, you know, we'll probably leave it. Leave the game around here. It's quite a long game as well. Where's this one? There we go. I said before, I really need to set up some proper stuff. So Ian has sent me a tier list to do. So I thought we could, if this isn't too boring, I thought maybe we could end with this tier list. Let me get the tunes back on. Okay, that, get a bit of that on. So this is apparent. Oh jeez. Oh my crap. Oh no, he's got Elden Ring. Right. Well, there's Elden Ring bosses, but I'm not going to be able to answer those. Find out what's on. Similarly with Google Pixel, as a feature, if you have your phone face down on a table or surface, it classes that gesture as do not disturb. The reality is, if you have the infrared sensor on the front of the phone covered, all of the calls and text never come through because of the shit do not disturb. Mine does that as well, I think, because if I've got mine on vibrate, I just will still not get calls. It's silly. You'll order the Elden Ring bosses for me, thank you. The reality is I will probably just skip them. So we've got Old Monk first. Can you even see this? This must be very... Right. Old Monk from Demon Souls. I hate that boss. I hate it. It's ridiculous, because if you get, like, a player, they're always going to batter the shit out of you. I like the idea of it, but I hate the boss. So Old Monk is a big E for me. Big E. Because I like the idea of it. So it gets an E at least. Although we've got a lot of tiers here. No, it's staying with E. I'm going with it. Oh, it's actually ordered them by game. Oh, that's good stuff. I can just ignore. Look how many fucking bosses there are in Elden Ring. Look at that. This is all Elden Ring bosses. All of this. That's like almost as much as all the other bosses. Trying to see the tier list. I'm sorry. Do you want to see? It's Old Monk Demon Souls. If you want a reminder of what the Old Monk is, it's this fella. He's lovely. He's a lovely lad. Basically, the Old Monk spawns in a MP... No, it spawns in another player for you to fight, essentially. It's the Xanthus Crown... Man, right, the Adjudicator, that's the one with the bird on his head. That one is pretty shite. I think we can all agree that the Adjudicator is a rubbish boss. I'm not going to do this with every boss, but look at this. I like the tongue, actually. The tongue's quite silly. But it's just not a very good boss. He just sort of goes... It's like a rubbish version of the Rotten from Dark Souls 2, which is quite a decent boss, I think. Old Hero is quite cool. He's like a blind dude in Demon Souls. He's in a cave, and you can effectively just beat him by just being very careful, and he won't be able to see you. But he's quite easy. He's alright. I'm going to put him in D. Storm King. This is going to be a bit of spoilers for anyone who's not played these games. Storm King is a big manta ray that flies about in the sky. But you essentially just get a sword called Storm Ruler, I think, and you just fire wind at it to kill it, and it's a bit boring. But it looks cool. And I probably enjoy it a bit more than Old Monk, so that's... Oh, no, it is a bit rubbish, though. Get it in E. Leechmonger is a big monster made out of leeches. And it's cool because all the leeches are constantly falling off it. Very weak to fire. It's at the bottom of a big swamp. It's disgusting. I think it's quite good though, so I'm going to put it in C. I think it's quite a good fight. Dirty Colossus is also decent, but he's alright. It feels a bit like just a big dude that sort of swings about. He's alright. I think I'll put him in high D territory. Maiden Estrella isn't really a boss fight. You fight, is it Gal Vinland beforehand? These are Demon Souls, if anyone's wondering. So Maiden Estrella will probably stick like... It's a cool idea. I like the idea of Maiden Estrella a lot. But it's not really a very exciting boss fight. Penetrator, no funny comments, please. He's quite a decent fight, to be fair, so I'm gonna put him in high C because he's quite good fun. What the hell is Blue Dragon? Demon Souls Blue Dragon. Oh, I never even bothered to fight this lad. I know I don't like him. He made the last like hour of the game hell. So I'm not really going to rank him because I never played him. I never fought him. Stick him down there. Old King of Lance, cool fight. I'm going to put that in B. Quite like it. It's good fun. It's Blue Eyes Blue Dragon, yes. Which one's a Vanguard Demon? That's the one at the very start, isn't it? To fully appreciate why Vanguard is going to be high C, you need to hear the music. Lullimer loves this track. So yeah, that's the Vanguard Demon music. So we're going to put that in C. Probably at the bottom of C though. But purely based on the music, essentially. SK, thank you very much for the lurk. King of Lancer, this is a bit of a rubbish one. But it's again, how do you rank the bosses in these games that aren't really bosses? Like Maiden Estrella, Like, I like the idea of King Allant more than... I'm going to move Stomp King up to here, by the way. I like the idea of King Allant more than actually fighting him, because he's not really a boss, the regular King Allant. That should be false King Allant, I think. Is the fight fun? I think is the criteria. Well, not really. Thank you, Gangrene. Appreciate that. It's not really fun, no, because it's not really a fight. It's more of like a story thing than anything else. Primeval Demon. I don't know what that is. Demon Souls. Primeval Demon. What? What the shit? I've never once seen this. Oh my god, that's horrible. I love it. I've never once... It's just a big pill bug, it is. I've never once seen this. I didn't even know this existed in the game. Oh, that's terrifying. I'm going to look at that after the stream. Oh, that's so creepy. No, I've never fought the Primeval Demon, so I can't rank that. God, this is going to take a while. Phalanx. Phalanx is a bit rubbish, but it's all right. It's going to be high D. Phalanx is a big blob of spears and shields. If you've played the first Dark Souls game, if you remember all of the sort of blobby people in the painted world who like chuck spears at you, it's basically that, but a boss. It's the thing from Starship Troopers. It is. Red Dragon, again, I never bothered. Tower Knight is... He's alright. He's okay. I'm going to put him high D again. Probably just in front of Phalanx. Yeah, that's fair. There's a version in Elden Ring. Of course there is, of course. Oh yeah, because there are... I've just gotten to Nokron. That's where I'm at the minute. And there's all those like blob things in there. The mimics, are they? No, wait. Mimics. Mimicking a boss from another game. You need max black world tendency for them to show up. Right, that makes sense. I think in the only way that world tendency can make sense. Armor Spider is a cool concept. This is the thing with Demon Souls. Everything is, well, it's quite a cool concept, but the fight is kind of shit. I'm gonna put Armor Spider in D, in front of Phalanx, behind Tower Knight. Flame Lurker is probably Demon Souls' best fight, without a doubt. I'm going to put Flame Lurker in A, because it is a really, really good fight. Probably the highlight of that whole game, to be honest, is Flame Lurker. For anyone who's never seen Flame Lurker, I'll pull up a quick video of someone fighting Flame Lurker. Is this the remake? That's the remake. I'll show you the original, because the original's cool. I'll show you it once the ads are done. Dragon God, quite rubbish, but looks cool. Again, it's not really a boss fight. It's more of a... It's not even a puzzle. It's just you do a few things in a certain order. I'm going to put that in E, because I never really liked it. It's just a dragon in it. Bit boring. Right, this is Flame Lurker. He's very cool. He's very... Anyway, so Flame Lurker's a cool boss, because he's probably like one of the most agile enemies in the game, if not the most agile, and he's tough. This kind of undersells how good this fight is, actually. Maybe it's not as good as I remember, but I remember really liking it. I think it's very good for the game. Skip a bit further in. Is he refighting it, or is it... No, I think he's just playing now. Okay. Let's Plays, you know. So much bloom, yeah. Demon Souls and Dark Souls 2 strangely feel like the same game to me. There's a few similarities there, I think. They both like to overwhelm you with enemies quite often, I think. Fool's Idol, I think, is a really cool fight. It's basically, if you know Pinwheel from Dark Souls 1, Fool's Idol is basically that fight, but much better. It's still a cakewalk. It's still not the best fight. It's a high C, because it looks cool as well. Man-Eater is the original gargoyles. And it's quite a cool fight. I like the Man-Eater fight. But that's your original version of the two gargoyles. Is the two Man-Eaters. And they're very good fun. They're very creepy looking as well. They're sort of like, they're more modelled after like sphinxes, I guess. They're almost like statues that have come to life. They're really, really cool. And really fun to fight. Stuff like that really stands out in Demon's Souls because I think most of the bosses in that game are a bit weak, as you can tell by this rating of them. A lot of D territory. We're on to Dark Souls 1 now. This is where you should all know this stuff. You might not. Ornstein and Smoke, probably one of the best fights in the game. Can we say high B? Or do we want to go to A? I want to drop Flame Lurker down to B already, you know. I'm going to drop it down to high B. Obelisk and Peter Schmeichel. I'm going to put Ornstein and Smoke in A. Because it's so iconic as well, innit? It's like the boss of Dark Souls 1, excluding the DLC. It's the boss. Yeah, I think a high A is going to be fair. Pinwheel's pretty shite. He looks cool, but he is pretty shite, so that's E. Gravelord Nito I quite like. I hate the little skeletons running about everywhere. But he's a cool fight, so I think he's between here and E. Gravelord Nito. Pinwheel S+. Chat is overwhelmingly calling for S+ on Pinwheel. I'm going to go... I'm going to go low B for Nito. No, I'm not. I'm going to go high C. Because the skeletons annoy me too much. They're too irritating. And he's got that one attack where he stabs his sword in the ground and then it just pops up and gets me every time. Grey Wolf Sif has to be probably like here. Probably no. Let's put him at the top of B for now. Everyone likes Sif. It's not even worth discussing at this point. Everyone loves the big dog. High of C for the first of the dead. What a joke. Well, it's tough, isn't it? It's tough. I hate the Four Kings. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them so much. But they look cool, so it's probably going to be high D for Four Kings. I hate them. It's like the only bit of Dark Souls 1 that I ever have trouble with. Except maybe Bed of Chaos. I'm going to rank Bed of Chaos now. I don't think this needs any discussion. I don't think anyone's going to sort of disagree with me there. Demon Fire Sage is just like a forgettable version of the Asylum Demon. Where do I rank the Swamp server image? That's coming. Don't you worry, that's coming. And it's going to be right up here. Go lower than F. Because Bed of Chaos, if it was possible. Yeah, definitely. Demon Fire Sage, right. I'm just going to say high D, because he's forgettable, quite boring. Oh, he's alright to fight though, isn't he? Is he? Probably about as fun as Vanguard, I'd say. But you don't have the music of Vanguard, so he's lower. Centipede Demon, I think, is quite cool. And anyone who's fought Centipede Demon, I can never tell what is going on in that fight. Like... Yeah, but I'm going to put Demon Fire Sage down to here. Centipede Demon, I can just never tell what is going on in that fight. It's just a ridiculous fight, but it's sort of fun. Has the decency to fall through the map and kill itself. I sort of like the Centipede Demon. I find him quite fun. He's just silly. No, it's got to be high D again. It's got to be so many Ds. You would think I don't like these games. Seek the Scaleless, I'm going to put in C. Very low C, though. Teetering on a D. Because it's a cool fight. It's cool... But he does just wiggle about, essentially, innit? Is that really a boss? Just some things that wiggle? Like this? No, I think high C is fine. Low C is fine. Stray Demon, again, is just Asylum Demon, but... grindier, I guess. Exactly, Ian, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to put Stray Demon... behind Old Hero, maybe. Asylum Demon, it's your first ever fight. It's sort of cool, isn't it? Like, we've got to have that. Probably just top of D, maybe? Because it's like the first fight, isn't it? It's like, it's got that. Crossbreed Priscilla's super cool. I like that a lot. I'm going to put that high B, just behind Sif. I think it's a very cool fight. It could even, you know, we could even be talking up here. I'm going to leave it there. Gwendolyn is cool, but sort of, eh? Yeah, if monologued, if you are here, maybe don't pay too much attention here. Gwendolyn's, again, it's a cool fight, but it's a bit rubbish. I'm going to put it there. Gwyn is a good fight. I'm going to get Gwyn up here? High B? I think high B is cool. Maybe behind Sif. Gwendolyn equals Corridor Running Simulator. It is, yeah. It's the issue there. Sanctuary Guardian in the Dark Souls 1 DLC. I really like that boss. I think Sanctuary Guardian is good fun. Gwyn is low A for you. I think I just prefer Sif a little bit more. Sanctuary Guardian, I'm going to stick in B. And I'm probably just going to put it behind Flame Lurker. Knight Artorias is probably my favourite fight in all of Dark Souls 1. I would actually go as far... It's not real difficult, but I would put that in S. I'm going to say Artorias is the first S fight for me. Potentially even... No, I'm not going to get that far. Calamy, I don't really like too much, but it's probably one of the better dragon fights. So I'm going to go high C for Calamy. Manus is fantastic, but he's absolutely rock solid. I'm going to stick him low A. Manus, I think, is possibly one of the hardest bosses in the whole franchise. Taurus Demon. Taurus Demon is basically just a repeated enemy at a certain point, isn't he? Let's get him just behind Leechmonger. Bell Gargoyles, again, real iconic fight this. You can't disrespect the Bell Gargoyles. I think I like the Man-Eaters more, much more, but Bell Gargoyles are good, so I'm going to get them low B. Moonlight Butterfly, it's quite shite. It looks nice, but it is quite shite. I'm going to move some of these down to E, I think. I'm going to spread them out, maybe. Moonlight Butterfly probably comes just behind maybe Four Kings, I guess. Maybe behind Tower Knight. Butterfly is an E for you. Do you really not like it that much? I mean, I don't like it. Don't get me wrong, but I think I find it more memorable than a lot of these, is the issue. No, because like, I probably prefer Old Hero to Moonlight Butterfly. I think I've done Old Hero a bit dirtier. Get Old Hero up to like there. Pattern memory game more than fight. It is. It's not exactly a complex pattern, is it? It's just run away, run back, run away, run back. Capra Demon I don't like, and again it's a repeated enemy, which is a bit shite. You're gonna do more of that tier ranking. I love watching that stuff. Which tier ranking? Do you mean like this, or how do you mean? Capra Demon barely a boss. It is barely a boss, and it's a pain in the ass as well. And we're going to sort of mid D for this one. Maybe just behind Armor Spider. Just tier ranking. I do quite like doing tier rankings. I like doing this sort of thing. I think it's good when it's like Ian posting it today. Like I like it when it's sort of off the cuff. But yeah, it's probably something I'll stick on now and then. I always wonder if people like just don't enjoy this sort of thing. They're like, who is this guy who's talking about blooming all my bosses that I like? And he's trashing him. He's sticking a Judicator down in F. What a piece of shit. Love the Gaping Dragon fight, even though it was a bit easy. Very atmospheric. Yeah, I agree. I like the Gaping Dragon a lot. I think it's probably like here. Just in front of Fool's Idol, maybe. No, because I prefer Penetrator. Why have I got Penetrator behind Fool's Idol? Penetrator's a good fight. I think I'm probably there. C isn't a bad rating. C, these are all bosses that I like in C. Even D, most of those I don't mind. So C is like when things start to get good. C for me is like the start of these are good bosses now. Chaos Witch Keylag is probably one of my favourite, probably in the running for my favourite Dark Souls 1 bosses, maybe. Probably like here for me. No, nothing, but I'm having fun. That's what I like to hear, Jill. And if you can have fun while not knowing anything about this stuff, that is like the biggest win for me, so thank you. Ceaseless Discharge. We've got to give Ceaseless Discharge the respect they deserve by putting them in E. Ceaseless Discharge is a overgrown child that is turned into lava or something. Not an actual child. They're not a baby. They're not an infant. They were the child of the Chaos Witch, or the creator of chaos or something like that. They're a big lava man. And they've got a big sad face, as depicted in that picture. But it's a rubbish fight, let's be honest. It's absolutely pants. Iron Golem's alright. I think I'd put Iron Golem like back a C maybe. So cool. Wet flannel of a fight, absolutely. Dark Souls 2. We're on to Dark Souls 2. Yes. This is where stuff gets good. So remember earlier I was saying the Adjudicator, the one with the bird on his head, the big tongue, is a rubbish version of the Rotten. The Rotten. I'm going to put the Rotten in B, because I think it's a good fight. I'm going to put him just behind Chaos Witch Keylag. I think it's a cool fight. Going to have a lot of Dark Souls 2 now. Keeps dropping that ring, yeah. And then he jumps and then he falls to his death. A monster of lava falls to his death into a pool of lava. How good can he be? Executioner's Chariot isn't great, but it's also not terrible. I'm going to put it high D for that one. I think it's quite a cool location, the chariot fight. And when you're actually fighting the horse at the end, it's not that bad. Skeleton Lords. Probably just in front of Tower Knight, maybe. It's just a bunch of skeletons. That's it. Jelith, you were waiting for this. The swamp mascot himself. Right where he belongs, in S+. The Covetous Demon. If I fell into a pool of blood, probably die, so probs to Ceaseless. Here he is himself. Yes, Ian, I would agree with that. Pet the Covetous Demon gets. Jabba, it's you! It's you! That's you! Legend. I love the Covetous Demon. What a stupid fight, but what a great fight. Myth of the Baneful Queen, I think, is decent. I'm going to put her, like, up here, maybe, in front of Fool's Idol. Maybe not that good. Maybe behind Seath. Yeah, that I think that's fair. She's sort of like Medusa. She's a snake. She's got a head. There's poison. It's alright. Smelter Demon. Why is Iron Golem C? Yeah, he's not that good, is he? I'd probably put him more like here. He's not an F. He's not that bad. He's fine. He's relatively fun, and I like the fact that you can knock him off the edge of the bridge. I think that's sort of neat. Or you can just get Iron Tarkus to come in and just dominate him. Smelter Demon, I think, is a pretty good fight. I think a lot of people get a bit sad about it because it's quite tough. And obviously there's the terrible version of it in the DLC, or the terrible run-up to it, but I think it's pretty alright. Lord Cyrus, welcome in. How's it going? I like that emote. He is tough. Smelter Demon, I think, is probably one of the tougher. He's got really awkward timing, doesn't he? I don't know if he is optional. I think Smelter Demon's necessary. The DLC one is optional, yeah, if that's what you mean. I'm going to put Smelter Demon in B. I'm going to put him in front of the Rotten. Yeah, and the main is Old Iron King is sort of a cool fight because he looks mint. It's like a very heavy metal fight, but in in actually playing it, it's not very fun to play. The most difficult part of the Iron King is getting knocked into that hole. Everybody knows which hole I'm talking about. No fun, no snickering at the back, please. There's a hole where you can fall into the lava right at the back of the arena. He always whacks you in it. It always happens. Metal Demon is like a character in an Iron Maiden song, and Old Iron King is the evolution of that. Iron King F for you. I don't think he's that bad. I think he's all right. Like, he whacks you in the into a hot hole. Yes, I'm gonna put him above the Skeleton Lords, but behind Old Hero, because I think he's cool. I think he's cool to fight. Not to fight maybe, but he's cool to look at. Would you like a big chunky smelty finger? Like He-Man toy. Do you remember the like fingers where it was like a tube, and it had like, it was like a sort of cylinder, right? With not a gap between, but essentially it was I don't know how I'm going to describe this. It was like a donut, but long, like a long donut, and it was sort of like rubbery, and you could basically like turn it inside out and stuff. It was one of those things you get at like Tuck Shop. Or like jerk shops and stuff. Like Stretchy Monkeys. Did you ever have Stretchy Monkeys? There was a shop in my hometown where they did all stuff like that. Like dress up and stuff. And they had like these Stretchy Monkey toys. I used to love them. Scorpion S. Najka is a C. Behind Myth of the Baneful Queen, I think. Is this freeform poetry now? Royal Rat Authority is F, right behind the Adjudicator. Potentially F minus. No, fuck it. I'm sticking him in F minus. I hate him. I hate the Royal Rat Authority. Filled with liquid. Yes, that is it. That's what I'm on about. This is my most hated boss in Dark Souls 2. Potentially in the whole series. I probably hate it more than Better Chaos, if I'm honest. Do I? No, I probably like Better Chaos a little bit less. Get this. I need to get ad block on me Firefox. $4K 60 FPS. Let's get that in 1080p. I've skipped it. There we go. Oh, he's using magic. Of course he's going to have no trouble. Right, so if you use magic, this fight isn't that bad. What a shock. If you're not using magic, you have to contend with all of those rats giving you toxic damage, and the big Royal Rat Authority being quite toxic himself. Those liquid toys were something. They were very interesting. Yeah, Royal Rat Authority is right down in F minus for me. Prowling Magus is pretty shocking. We're gonna put him. It's not good, is it? Let's get him E. Go fight confused with Rat Vanguard, both after. I don't mind the Rat Vanguard. I sort of like it in a way that it makes you panic. It's quite horrible, but in like a good way, I think. It's not a great boss, but I think it'd be a D for me. The Last Giant. The Last Giant's the first boss you fight, innit? Technically. Or it should be. Excluding the Pursuer. Ian, good luck with the work. Good luck with the work. Last Giant, I'm going to put like... It's cool when he rips his arm off, innit? And starts like slapping you with it. So I'm probably going to put him like low C. Aquarium thing. Yeah, sometimes they put like stuff in them, didn't they? And transparent. Yeah. Duke's Day Freya I quite like as a boss. That's the big spider. I'm going to put that... I'm going to put that up in high C. I quite like Duke's Day Freya. Hello, Nicole. We are ranking all of the From Software bosses. Only spider in all of Souls. Oh, we've got Key Lag here. Twin Dragon Rider's pretty shape fight. Let's it's just two enemies in it. Like there's nothing exciting about it. Get it in low E. In high E, sorry. You fancy Chippy? Yes, that is a hint. Nicole, if you want to order Chippy, order Chippy. I'm down for that. Looking Glass Knight, I think, is a really cool fight. I think it's probably one of the better Dark Souls 2 fights. So for that reason, I'm going to get it probably like here. I like Man-Eater a lot, in case you didn't realise. So much so that I'm going to pop Man-Eater in front of that. I think Looking Glass Knight as a B is very fair, in my opinion. The Demon of Song is a big frog monster with a skull face, and I quite like him. I think he's a cool boss too, so he's a B. I like Dark Souls 2, you know. I think Dark Souls 2 is a fun game. Velstadt, not the most exciting dude in armour, but he's not bad. I'm going to stick him in low B as well, because I don't mind Velstadt. Maybe high C, because he is sort of dull. Vendrick, this is where we look at like fun versus atmosphere and story and everything. I proper love Vendrick. As a fight, he's rubbish, but conceptually and atmospherically and all of that, he's really cool. Like, he's this old king who is built up to be like this big, powerful, terrifying figure. You think he's going to be like final boss of the game. Come in, and he's just like a big naked dude walking about, dragging his sword about. He can't even be bothered to hit you. It's a very cool fight. Conceptually, it's not very fun to play though. So maybe like behind Calamy, I guess. Behind Freya. Yeah, that'll do. Because it's a cool idea. Pet Jabba. Jabba's getting a lot of pets today, which is making me happy. There you go. Jabba's in S+. Guardian Dragon is... I've said this before, I don't really like any of the dragon fights too much in Dark Souls. I think they're all kind of weak. Guardian Dragon is probably one of the less annoying ones. Not as good as Calamite, maybe. Why have I got Taurus Demon in C? Get Taurus Demon down to D. It's quite dull. Yeah, I think Guardian Dragon being like there is fine. Ancient Dragon, that's going to be an F. I've never actually beaten the Ancient Dragon. I think I died to him a couple of times. I went, nah, I can't be bothered. So realistically, I shouldn't rank him, but I'm gonna. It's an F. So it's a low F. Giant Lord's cool. I like the Giant Lord. He's a big giant on top of a castle wall. Let's get him... Get him like there. Dark Lurker is a cool fight. Dark Lurker's really hard to get to. I only beat him. I've only ever fought him once, and it was on my most recent playthrough. Because you have to do a covenant to actually reach him. You have to do all these separate missions, going into the abyss, and then eventually you get to fight Dark Lurker, and it's worth it because he's a really fun fight. So I'm gonna stick him probably just behind Looking Glass Knight. Maybe he's a bit better than Looking Glass Knight. I don't think Old King Alant should be all the way up here. I think maybe get Old King Alant behind Keylog, sure. The Pursuer. Pursuer's a cool fight. Probably get him low B, maybe. Because he's not the most exciting, he's not the most difficult. But he's cool. I like the way he keeps popping up throughout the game. He's quite creepy. And he's got like this sort of... you can always hear him breathing. You can always hear his like heavy breathing beneath his helmet, which I really like. Throne Watcher and Throne Defender is quite rubbish, and it's just a rip-off of Simone Ornstein, and it's not very good. I'm going to put this probably behind Asylum Demon, I guess. I like that you can use a ballista on him. Yeah, cool. It's cool, isn't it? Exactly, Tom Hope. It's not necessarily a bad fight, like, it's fine. It's just, it's got no, like, personality whatsoever, does it? let's get a couple of these in E. Let's get Storm King in E, King of Lant in E, Stray Demon in E. Yeah, that'll do. Nashandra's decent. It's not the most. It should be a lot. It should be a much better fight than it is Nashandra. So I'm going to stick her right down here at the bottom of C. Because Nashandra's like your final boss battle, essentially. And she just sort of casts a few spells at you and swings a scythe about. It's not very exciting, I don't think. Aldia, Scholar of the First Sin, is quite rubbish. I'm going to put him in E. Because again, he's also technically a final boss. And he's built up as this guy who's like researching what all of Dark Souls means. He's basically this scholar who is looking into what the entire universe of Dark Souls is all about. And he's just a big head that comes out the ground and fires fire at you. It's rubbish. These three from the DLC, absolute shite. Get them in probably F- in front of Royal Rat Authority. Ilana Squalid Queen's quite good. I quite like that fight. That's what, that's what Nashandra could have been like. I'm going to put her in front of the Demon of Song. Maybe in front of the Bell Gargoyles. Shin is another dragon fight. Again, I don't really like the dragon fight, so Shin is like probably low D for me. Maybe like here. I think he's a bit rubbish, to be honest. He's alright, like, again, as far as dragon fights go, he's fine, but he spends too much time in the air, and that always winds me up. The blue Smelter Demon, I mean, it's just a repeat of the first Smelter Demon, so let's just stick him in C-. Because the fight's fine, getting to him's horrible. With blue Smelter Demon, do we include getting to him, or do we just consider the fight? Because the build-up's horrible. Getting to him is the worst part of the game. Except maybe the Frigid Outskirts. Fume Knight is probably one of my favourite Dark Souls 2 bosses. I'm going to put Fume Knight in A. There. Because Fume Knight is one of my favourite bosses in the whole series. So just in front of Ornstein and Smough for me. Just in front of them. Almost tying with them, probably. Love Fume Knight. Cerulon is also a really cool fight. I think that's probably like a... Would it be A? No, I think it's probably B for me. Maybe behind Sanctuary Guardian. Maybe I'm being too nice to Flame Lurker because it just stands out in that game to have it all the way up here. Ava the King's Pet is quite a cool fight. It's not great, but it's alright. I'm going to stick it behind the Bell Gargoyles. Dragon Rider's rubbish. Probably get that in E somewhere, like here. Ludenzel and the King's Pets, I'm sure is a good fight. I've only reached them once, and I couldn't be asked to try again. So, do I even rank them? Yeah. I'm going to put them in D. Probably behind the Dirty Colossus. Dirty Colossus shouldn't really be this low. Go in front of them. Right there. Burnt Ivory King is a really cool fight because you've got like an army of... Well, you've got like these 4 soldiers there with you. And you're all like fighting together to reach the Burnt Ivory King, and then he comes out and he's fighting. Yeah, I really like that fight. I think it's a very cool fight. So I'm gonna put that probably like in front of Old King of Lamp. Old Dragon Slayer's just Ornstein on his own. It's a little bit dull. What was that? Iron Brew. Thank you very much for the coffee. Let me load it up. I feel like it's always the awkward moment when everyone sort of goes over to coffee to check the donation. Iron Brew, thank you very much for the donation. How's it going? Welcome in. Howdy doody. Old Dragon Slayer. I'm just gonna put that. I'm just gonna put low C. You forgot to leave a message. That's okay. Is there anything you'd like to say to me now? My ears are open. Right, okay. Same to you. Cheers for your money. Flexile Sentry. Bit rubbish. Don't really like it. I don't really enjoy fighting it, so I'm going to go like... probably just in front of Throne Watcher and Throne Defender, maybe. Belfry Gargoyles, again, not great fun. Bit of a shite fight, to be honest. Not the worst, not as bad as it should be, but probably low D. Oh, sod it. Let's get these into E. We might as well. Might as well spread them out. If you're this low in D, you might as well be E. That's how I'm going to look at it. So we'll get them in there. Then you've got... let's get this guy even further down. Let's get him there. Then you've got Ruined Sentinels. People always seem to complain about the Ruined Sentinels. I don't mind the Ruined Sentinels. I'll probably give them like a low C. Maybe a high D. Sorry to have missed your glorious return. How's Tricks? It's alright. It's alright. It's been good. I think this morning stream's been really nice. It's obviously no longer morning. We've done 2 hours of morning and 2 hours of afternoon, I think. So, can we get a G category for the coolest boss who doesn't give a heck? That's where Covetous Demon goes. Lost Sinner is a good fight. I think Lost Sinner is probably one of the better Dark Souls 2 bosses. Maybe just there. I think that's fair. Royal Rat Vanguard. Not very good. Probably a D. Probably like... Probably like here, I guess. Yeah. Let's get these two into E. Again, they're mainly here because of how much of a pain in the ass it is to get to them. We've now reached the most important part of this. We've reached Bloodborne. We've still got so much to get through. I should probably speed up with these a bit. One Reborn, I always have so much trouble with in Bloodborne. I'm dreading it on this playthrough. But it's a good fight, so I'm going to put it low C. Probably... Head of Mither. Maybe Seath? Vanguard probably better than... Guardian Dragon probably better than... Giant Lord. Probably like there. Probably there. That's the one Reborn for me. Ebritus, Daughter of the Cosmos. What a fight. So tough, but what a fight. I think that's up here with... Probably like there. Probably... It's a very cool fight. Like, it's just so hard. Probably just behind Man-Eater. That's where I'm going to put it. Right there. Mikolash, Host of the Nightmares, is probably one of the few bosses on that game I don't like, so that's going to be an E. But it's still better than most of these E's. And it's a laugh because he says Cos or some say Cosm, which is a good laugh. Murgo's Wetness is a really cool fight. That's going to be a B. Let's put the Wetness sort of here, I would say, just behind Keyleg. Amygdala's quite a cool fight, really tough again. Big Noz, or some say Big Nozem, exactly. Amygdala's a really, or Amygdala, I guess, is a cool fight. Really tough again though. I always find. Go put it behind Demon of Song. Martin Logarius himself. Top tiers are going to look very blue. What, as in Dark Souls 3? I don't really like Dark Souls 3 that much though. It's going to look very purple. It's going to be all this. Martin Logarius is very good. I'm going to put him probably here. He's just really hard again. Gehrman the First Hunter. What a fantastic fight. That's got to be here. Without a doubt. It's great stuff. Probably higher than that. Probably there. No. I like Fume Knight a bit more. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam. That's my mistake. German's probably that sounded sarcastic. I hope that didn't sound sarcastic. That is my mistake. German, I think I enjoy Fume a bit more, but German is such a beautiful fight at the end of Bloodborne. Such a great fight. Like, it's like a dance. It's like a dance. Oh, it's great. It's great. German's very good. Moon Presence, bit weak. Probably low end of B, this one. Bit of a weak way to end the game. But still a pretty good boss. Ludwig the Holy Blade is my favourite boss in the game, in all the games, so it's S+ for me. Yeah, that's it. S+, just behind Covetous Demon, that is. Living Failures is sort of a laugh, so it's going to be a C for me. Probably there. Living Failures are just like a bunch of blue people with big heads, and they just like call down meteors and stuff. And Lelimo died loads to them, so make sure you remind them of that next time you see Lelimo in chat, that they died so much to the Living Failures. I'm going to put them in D. I can't in my right mind put Living Failures in C. Cleric Beast is really cool. It's a great boss to kick off the game with. Probably like there. Probably there. Yeah. Lady Maria's a great fight. Probably like there. I think that is Lelimo's favourite fight, Lady Maria, if I'm not mistaken. Lawrence the First Vicar, I'm not a big fan of. It's tough. Do you know what? It's quite cool. I think it's probably like low B to high C, this. I'm going to go high C for Bloodborne there. Orphan of Cos. Smack bang in A. Probably there. Probably just behind Ornstein and Smo. Possibly one of the hardest bosses in Bloodborne. Some would argue the hardest boss, Orphan of Cos, or some say Cosm. I think Ludwig's a bit harder. Yeah. Father Gascoigne, who we fought earlier today, literally like 3 hours ago. He's cool. He's very cool. I think he's a B. Probably just there. Probably there. Just behind Martyr Ligarius. Bloodstarved Beast. I think maybe like here. Probably here. Lils, welcome in. How's it going? We're ranking Bloodborne, Dark Souls, and Sekiro bosses, and not Elden Ring because I haven't played enough of it yet. Vicar Amelia's great. I think Vicar Amelia might be probably like there. Do you know what? I think I can start moving some of these up into A tier. Yeah, I think that's it. What's the hardest boss of all? For me, probably Manus, the Father of the Abyss, in the Dark Souls 1 DLC. That's probably the hardest boss for me in the whole franchise. But I have had a bit of trouble with some Elden Ring bosses, so I guess probably any of them. Witch of Hemwick is a bit of a rubbish fight. Quite pants, I would say. Probably low D. Probably like there. Dark Beast Pal's pretty cool. It's not my favourite fight. Maybe stick him like there, I guess. Shadows of Yharnam is pretty cool, but again, it's not my favourite. Probably put him like there, maybe. The three of them. Alternatively, Rom the Vacuous Spider, which is not even a spider. That's the issue with Rom. Rom is like a big bed bug. He's like a big tick. He's also a bit rubbish. He's gonna be like high D, sorry. Rom the Vacuous Spider. How is that a spider? That's not a spider. Celestial Emissary is also a bit pants. That's probably going to be an E. High E, but an E. Merciless Watchers. Oh, these are all the blooming... These are the Chalice Dungeon fights. Right. I don't know the Chalice Dungeons as well. I've done them all. Well, I've done all the essential ones. So I should know most of these. Turd with legs. That's it. And many eyes. And that's what it's like to fight. Right, this boss is rubbish because it's just 3 enemies. So that's going to be like a very low E. Maybe even an F, because F for effort, you know. Tumerian Descendant, I remember being alright. Tumerian Descendant. Yeah, this boss is pretty cool. I quite like this boss. It's quite creepy. That looks like something out of DBD. To be honest, it looks like that Huntress skin. Yeah, I quite like that fight. So I'm gonna... Oh no, there's 2 of them. There's Tumerian Elder and Tumerian Descendant. I'm gonna put them both in C. I might put Tumerian Descendant in B. Because I think Tumerian Elder is sort of like a repeat. Probably like there. Tumerian Elder I'm going to put in C, like... there, maybe. Because they're quite good fights. So makes me want to get Dark Souls 1. I'll keep an eye out for it as well, to see if I can point out when it's on sale somewhere, Gel. Because it's a great game. It's great stuff. One of my favourites, ever. The Undead Giant, I'm not a big fan of. It's a bit rubbish, probably like here, I guess. Maybe like there. Watchdogs of the Old Lords, bloody hell. Watchdogs of the Old Lords. That's not what I meant. Right, it's this fella. He's got a big fiery head, and he's a big dog, and he attacks you. He's alright. I think he's probably a C, but probably like bottom of C. Yes, Jeleth, get it on stream. I maybe wouldn't stream Dark Souls 1 if it was your first playthrough. I think Monlog's being very brave. I wouldn't have liked to when I first played it. Right, Yharnam the Tumerian Queen is the last boss of the Chalice Dungeons, and she's a bit rubbish, so I'm going to put her in... I'm going to put her, like, behind Storm King. What is Abhorrent Beast? The Chalice Dungeons have so many just like... Oh, it's that one. Oh, that one's quite good, actually. It's the... You actually fight this... You can fight this guy in the main game. He's alright, him. I'm going to put him in bottom of C. I think I'm going to move Watchdogs of the Old Lords up a bit as well. I think it's a decent fight. We're up to, like, here. What else we got? Beast Possessed Soul. I think this is just the fire chucking fella. Yeah, it is. He's boring. Get him in D. Get him in D. Yeah, bottom of D. Bloodletting Beast. I shouldn't have ranked the Chalice Dungeon ones. Bloodletting Beast. This guy I remember being quite good. It's very difficult, this one, I think. I'll probably put him in like low C. He's just a bit in front of those. Brainsucker isn't a boss. It's an enemy that it gives you as a boss. So I'm going to put him in like E, because you've just given me an enemy. Forgotten Madman. Forgotten Madman. I don't remember fighting this boss ever. Maybe I did. If I don't remember it, I'm not ranking it. Don't feel fair. Keeper of the Old Lords. I think I know who this is. I think she's the one with the nice hat. Yeah, this one's quite a cool fight. I don't mind this fight. I'm gonna put it in sort of high D. Yeah. Maybe a bit high. Maybe like, it's better than Nashandra shouldn't be in C. Nashandra's D. Nashandra's like here. It's eating 80 grams of pineapple. Now my tongue stings. Yeah, that's deeply acidic. The dude with the cage on his head is Mikolash, who I have I think I put in D. Did I? Where have I put Mikolash? Have I even ranked Mikolash yet? I think I have. Maybe I haven't. Oh, there he is. He's in E. Host of the Nightmares. Game in front of Celestial Emissary. But there he is. He does have a creepy smile. He's a very creepy dude. I like him for his quotes, though. Right, we've got another Dark Beast. It's another variant of the Dark Beast Pal fight. So it's that if it's just a repeat, then that takes it down for me. You know, if it's just a repeat of someone you've already fought. Lauren Silverbeast, I don't know if I ever fought. Lauren Silverbeast. Oh, right, it's this fella. Right, well, again, this is just an enemy. That's just an enemy, so again, E for effort. Something like that. Bought a share pot from Lidl because you wanted to prove that Lidl... You wanted to prove to Lidl that they can't tell me what is and isn't a share pot. Right, I get you. Keith, welcome in. That's okay. I was more than happy to pass the folks on to you. I'm sorry I couldn't stick around afterwards, but I heard you got... Was it 500 followers? If so, big congrats. And I hope the stream went really well. Man-Eater Boar is again just an enemy. It's just an enemy. Boring. We're on to Dark Souls 3. Missed, and yes, I did. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. I am glad. I'm glad it went well. No, thank you. Well, thank you for having them and for because a couple of people followed. I think so. I'm glad. I'm glad everyone had a good time. We are currently we're currently ranking all of these bosses from all those niche Dark Souls games. Old Demon King is a cool one in Dark Souls 3 because when you get to a certain point of his health bar, he like gives up, and then I think he explodes or something like. No, he explodes, and then it's like his last go at it, and then he just sort of gives up and he's out of energy, and I really like that. So I'm gonna put him in C because it's a cool moment. It's a very memorable moment. I'm gonna put him just behind Seek the Scaleless. Pontiff Sullivan. One of the best fights in that game. That's an A. Yeah. 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 A is, I feel like... You're actually playing Demon Souls in your spare time. So incredibly good. Are you playing the original? I'm guessing the remake. I like both of them. I quite like the remake quite a bit. Probably a bit more than I enjoyed the Shadow of the Colossus one. It is very good looking. Aldrich Devourer of Gods is a good fight. I'm gonna put it like here. I think that's fair. Sort of mid-ranked B, mid to low B for Aldrich. Yom the Giant, bit of a rubbish fight because again it's just one of those where you just use a sword, but he's cool fighting a giant, I guess. I'm going to put him top of D. Dancer of the Boreal Valley is my favourite fight in Dark Souls 3. Probably one of my favourites in the game. I'm going to move Gehrman and Fume up to S, I think. And rank it that way, yeah. Dancer of the Boreal Valley I love. I think I might like it even more than Artorias, actually. I think it's undoubtedly one of the best fights in the series. Osiris is quite a cool fight. Shouting about his little baby Ocelot. I'm going to put him towards the bottom of B. Maybe like there. We're nearly there. We've just got these left. Sekiro I don't think will take long to rank. A lot of those are mini bosses by the looks of it. Champion Gundyr is the really hard version of Gundyr. He is tough. He is very tough. I'm going to put him in a similar space to Osiris, probably just behind. Lurk and do some Demon Souls. Good stuff. I'm sorry. Haribo, it is. It is. We've got to get through it. I've actually rated a lot of a lot of them. All that progress. I think I'm slightly addicted. The games have that effect. It's good. Like even Elden Ring, which I've admitted a bunch of times on stream today, I don't really like. I do keep finding myself going back to now and then, so it's still got a glimmer of that. Dragon Slayer armor is sort of decent, but not that decent. I'm probably going to go C. I'm probably going to go behind, probably just in front of Seath. So let's rank. Well, the good thing is I'm not going to rank any of Elden Ring because I've not beaten it. There's a bunch of these bosses that I've beaten. Look at that Black Knife Assassin ×4. That doesn't make me want to play that game. It has the opposite effect. So yeah, we'll just go up to the end of Sekiro, I guess. Lothric Younger Prince. What? Is it not both princes? Is it counting the two princes together there? I guess it is, because it doesn't have another one. I really like the princes, the two princes in Dark Souls 3. I think that might be an A tier. I'm going to move up Vicar Amelia to A as well. I think that's A tier. I'm also going to push up Abritus a bit and move down Suralon to like there. Ancient Wyvern. That's the one where you just jump on his head, innit? Probably like that. The original Udex Gundyr. He's a cool first boss. I think he's a cool first boss to start with. So I'm going to put him just behind the one reborn, maybe. Nameless King, again, really like that boss. Probably like... probably like there. Nameless King's super fun. Soul of Cinder, that's the last boss, isn't it? I'd probably give that like maybe a low B. Maybe just behind Champion Gundyr, I guess. No, maybe, because it's sort of cool, like atmospherically, so maybe behind Osiris. It's interesting how, like, whenever I'm sort of ranking them more intricately, I seem to be grouping a lot of the bosses together from the same games, and I guess because it's easier to compare the bosses. It's easier to compare the bosses to their own games, to bosses in their own games, if that makes sense. Just checking out the Ludwig fight now. I love the Ludwig fight. Absolutely love it. Champions, Grave Tender and Wolf. That's from the DLC, innit? I really like that fight. I think I'd probably put it low D, maybe. It's not bad. It's not terrible. Maybe just behind Shin. Or the Armor Spider, yeah. Sister Freed's a really good fight. I think that's up here at the top of B. Are we on to all the Dark Souls 3 DLC now? Yeah. So Demon Princes are again a good boss, probably a B. Probably like there for me because I don't love them, but they are good. Half-Light Spear of the Church. That one's kind of a boring fight because it's just a dude, so I'm going to put that in like top of E. Dark Eater Midir I don't like, really. Probably one of the worst of the dragon fights just because he's so annoying to fight. Like, he's not fun, I don't think. I'll put him like there. Slave Nightingale, one of the best fights in the series again. See, Dark Souls 3 is actually turning out to be dominating some of the best fights. Slave Nightingale, I am going to put probably an S. Get that an S. Vault of the Boreal Valley, Bort. My son is also named Bort. Probably like that. Probably like bottom of C. No, probably top of D. Yeah. Cursed Rotted Greatwood, again, probably like just behind him. Maybe a little bit further down. I don't really like Cursed Rotted Greatwood. It's kind of boring. Considering how cool the idea of it is, it's a bit of a boring fight. Just hit the weak points. Crystal Sage isn't really even a boss. I got E. Put it like that. Deacons of the Deep, again. Kind of boring. I like the idea of it more than the fight itself. Abyss Watchers is a really good fight. Get that up, like... probably like there. And High Lord Wolnir. Again, I like the idea of it more than the fight itself. But it's still going to get a D, I think. I'm going to put it like there. Right, last game. We're on to the last game. Sekiro. True Corrupted Monk is quite a cool fight. I like it a lot. That's going to be B. Probably like there. We're gonna speed through this. Divine Dragon. Cool idea, not the best execution, bit boring. Not the worst dragon to fight because it's not as much of a pain. I guess maybe like there. Maybe. Owlfather. Is this the second Owlfather fight? Because if it is... oh no, we've got Owlfather and then we've got Inner Father. I think Inner Father is the one I never did. I never actually got to that, so I'm going to put that out to one side. Owlfather I did fight though. And he's very tough, but he's good. We're putting like... why have I got Moon Presence in B? Get that down to C. Probably get Moon Presence like there. Are they the ones that are in heaven? Owlfather, very good. I think I'll probably put Owlfather like just behind Lost Sinner. No, that doesn't feel right. Probably like behind Ibritus, sure, whatever. Demon of Hatred is so fucking hard. I don't really like this fight because of how hard it is. I don't think it's particularly fun. I don't really feel like it fits in with Sekiro. I mean, I like it, but it's a bit too much. It's a bit too much for me. So maybe I'll put it like here. Back on your PC so you can type properly, but only here out of one ear. I'm sorry, Jel. Ishin the Sword Saint. I guess this is the final. Is that the final boss? Look at these. We've got Ishin the Sword Saint. We've got Genichiro Way of Tomoe. We've got Inner Genichiro. Then we've got Inner Ishin. Aren't they all like one fight? Those three. I guess Inner Genichiro... I'm going to have to look them up. Inner Genichiro. What does that count as? This is the first boss in the game, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's like the first boss of the game. So as the first boss, it's fine. It's quite cool, but you can't really win. So that's kind of lame, isn't it? It's going behind Bloodletting Beast. Behind Seether Scale, sure. Ishin the Sword Saint. Is that not who you fight at the end? Or is Inner... dear me. Inner Ishin. Right, so the inner ones are ones you only fight in like the boss rush bit. I've never done that mode, so I can't really rank those. So I'm gonna get rid of the inner ones. Right, yeah, there's Ishin Ashina there. Oh, there's Great Shinobi Owl as well. Oh, bloody hell. I've got to go find my owl there. Right, Owlfather. Get rid of him. Who art in heaven. Great Shinobi Owl. Put him there. Right, there we go. Genichiro is probably your favourite boss of these games you played. was real get good stuff. It was what, like the first time when you meet him at the top of the castle, because yeah, that bit is very good. But again, what does that count as? Is that Ishin the Sword Saint? Is that Genichiro Way of Tomoe? Genichiro Way of Tomoe is surely the first Genichiro. Oh no, is that Genichiro Shina? Oh my god. I'm going to rank everyone else. Emma the Gentle Blade is good fight. She's really fucking hard, but she's good. I put her behind Shinobi Owl. Gyobu Oniwa is good because he shouts at the start of his fight. Other than that, he's a fairly easy fight. I'd probably put him at like the top of C. No, he's quite cool, isn't he? So maybe low B. Maybe like there. Because I quite like him. Lady Butterfly, I think, is a cool fight. She's not mega hard, but she's like atmospherically and everything's really cool, really fun to fight. Probably put her like there, I guess. Wonder if they have Counter-Strike boss tier list. Guy holding angle at door B. That's a good shout. And that is the hardest boss in the game. Folding Scream Monkeys is alright. It's like these. It's like, I like the idea, but once you've done them once, it's like, just get them out of the way, innit? Get them in there. Probably like them more than the Undead Giant. Guardian Ape. I really like the Guardian Ape. Wait, no, they've separated Guardian Ape and Headless Ape. It's the same fight. It's the same fight. Or does Headless Ape count as when you fight the two of them? You can't just count Phase 2 as a different fight. I guess, yeah, I guess that means when you're fighting two of them, the Headless Ape, because there's no other one for that. So I guess that's that. So Guardian Ape, I really like. One of my favourite Sekiro fights. I would probably put it like there. Headless Apes are rubbish. I don't like that fight. That's down here. That's down past Deacons of the Deep, that one. Let's get Brain Sucker into F. Let's put some of these in F. Man of your bow. Get him in F. Let's get Dragon Rider in F. Rubbish. Rubbish. I don't even know what playlist is playing anymore. I think it auto played onto something else. Oof. Corrupted Monk. I have so much trouble with the Corrupted Monk for some reason. I'm going to put it in C, just in front of Bloodstarved Beast. Because it's so tough. Same fight. It's not the same fight though, because one of them you fight against two Headless Apes. Like I said, I think this is when you fight against two of them. So I'm putting them in different categories. I'm going to assume that Guardian Ape covers both phases of that fight. Headless Ape refers to when you fight the two of them together, which I don't like. Right, so Ishin Ashina on his own is a really good fight. Probably B again, probably like there. Ashina Elite, I don't even know. Is that when you fight the dude who does the... No, I won't accept that danger. I don't appreciate that. Ashina Elite is kind of a cool fight. It's not great though. It's better than these, so I guess like that. Because it's good that it teaches you like some timing, doesn't it? As soon as I see a boss is repeated though, I'm just like Long Arm Centipede, kind of rubbish. Probably like there. Is it turning into Armored Warrior? Robert! bit rubbish, but funny when he shouts Robert, I guess. Put him like that. The Shishiman Warriors I hate. I think they're pants. Yeah, get them right here. Snake Eyes, I'm not a big fan of. I'm going to put them there. Tokijiro the Glutton is okay, I guess. But he's just one of the big enemy types, so I don't know, like, I guess there. Miss Snowball, that's not even really a fight. That's just you just jump down and kill him. That's not a boss. Yeah, put him down there. Because I like him more than Ancient Dragon. What else we got? We've got Urine of the Water, I think is a really cool boss. Probably one of my favourites of that game. I'm going to put Urine of the Water there. Sakura Bull is a bit rubbish because it's just the Blazing Bull again. Like there. Where's the Blazing Bull? Why ain't I had the Blazing Bull pop up? Okami leader Shizu, again bit rubbish, just an enemy. Probably like down here. This is the guy who you fight back in the castle. Again, it's basically just a dude. It's the issue with Sekiro mini bosses. It's just a bunch of dudes. They're all a bit forgettable, aren't they? Put him like that. The Great Carp Attendant I have never fought as an enemy, so I can't count him. Who's Shigekichi of the Red Guard? Shigekichi of the Red Guard. He's just a normal, innocent dude. Right, this is right near the start of the game, actually, isn't it? Yeah. Is this the guy you fight right near the start? Is this like one of the first bosses? Well, one of the first mini bosses. Is it? I don't know if I ever even had a fight with him. I'm not going to count him because I don't know where he's from. The Great Serpent, again, it's not really a fight. It's not really... Great Coloured Carp isn't really a fight. You feed it some poisoned food and it dies. But it's quite scary in that bit when it's chasing you about, so I'm gonna put it like there. Samurai General is the dude near the start, innit? Oh, it's the dudes that pop up now and then. Again, bit boring. Get him right there, I guess. Chain Durgers are okay, but again, it's just a repeated dude. Dude. Put it like that. Blazing Bull. I guess there. Is Blazing Bull that bad? Oh, it's... 7 Ashina Spears. Right, is that the guy who's really hard? 7 Ashina Spears. God, yeah, these dudes are solid. These are like one of the hardest mini-bosses in the game, if not the hardest. But it's a good fight. I'm going to put it here. Who is Lone Shadow? Is that the ninja guy who you find down in the Mibu village? I'm going to assume it is. Get him there. Shinobi Hunter, there's another one. This is the issue with this game, is just like your choice is a samurai dude or ninja dude. There's too many of them. Headless. The headless fights are pants. But they look cool. Jazur the Drunkard. Didn't I just do Jazur the Drunkard? Oh no, there's 2 of them, isn't there? There's one in the forest and there's one in the Hirata estate. Oh man. I think that fight's okay. The music's very just unceremoniously just cut out there. Probably like there, I guess. Why have you stopped? Video pause, continue watching. Absolutely. Right, we're finally on to these three. So this one I assume is, you know, it's... Is that the first Genichiro you face then? Let's assume this, right? We're going to take into account this Genichiro is the one at the very beginning of the game. First boss you fight when you can't beat him. So that is like C. Like there, sure. This Genichiro is the second Genichiro you fight. The one you're on about, Danger, like the midway point. It's not really midway point, it's quite early, but even so. This is a good fight. This is like high B for me, I think. Probably like... Probably there for me. Then lastly, the very last, the final boss of the game. It is such a good boss. It's so hard, but it's so good. I think probably like there. Maybe put it in here. Go on, put it in here. I'm not ranking anymore because I've not played enough of this game. There you go. There is your final ranking. Good stuff. Very good stuff, in my opinion. I'm gonna save that, and we'll leave it there, because I'm shattered. Been streaming for ages. How long has that been? Nearly 5 hours, bloody hell. This was good stuff. Thank you everyone for hanging about. For hanging out with me today. Watching me play some Bloodborne. It was nice to do a nice big stream after the other one got quite a bit short. Would need a separate stream to rank all the Elden Ring bosses. Literally like twice. Elden Ring was like half of them, half the whole list. So yeah. I'm gonna send you all over to Jibbers, if you don't mind. Who was actually in a chat a little bit earlier. I'm gonna get some food. I think Nicola's ordered chippy, so I'm excited for that. And yeah, I don't know if I'll be on again this weekend. It'd be nice if I was, but I don't know if I will be. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you for the subs and the donations and being here and being nice. Enjoy the rest of your Friday, and I will chat to you all soon. Farewell. Thank you all. Bye.